2022. This meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for conducting the district's business and is not to be considered a public community meeting. On the agenda, there is time for public participation during the meeting. Official minutes of school board meetings are available on the district website, which is www.romulusK12.org, and at the Romulus Community Schools Administration Building, which is 36540 Grant Road, Romulus, Michigan. This regular school board meeting is in person. Also, it can be viewed on YouTube live public stream. The meeting is being called to order at 6:10 p.m. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Piles present. Bergeron. Present. Evans. Present. Terrell.
She's on her way.
Wester.
Present.
Kennard.
Here.
We have a quorum.
May
I'm
we all,
sorry, German.
she's on her way. May we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item on the agenda is acceptance of the agenda. So move the motion of acceptance of the agenda as presented. Madam Secretary, roll call vote.
Are you making the motion, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Support.
Motion was made and support by Evans. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Evans.
Yes.
Bergeron. No. Wester.
No.
Piles, no. Kennard.
Yes. Agenda not accepted. The next item on the list is public comments.
Scott Rourke. Oh, we don't have to time him, right?
You want paper?
We don't have to time him.
We should.
He's a presentation.
Oh, okay.
Will you help me with the others, though?
Good evening.
My name is Scott Work. Good evening. My name is Scott Work. I am the district data coach for Romulus. I'm here to provide enrollment update. This is information that's included in your packet, I believe. So you have two documents that give you enrollment information. One is called expected enrollment. The second document is called headcount enrollment. So I wanted to explain what the difference is between those two documents. So the expected enrollment, which if you look on the top, it has a district number of 2,495. That expected enrollment is the number of students who are expected to attend Romulus Community Schools. So that expected enrollment is enrollment that was carried over from last year, and then also enrollment that was pre-enrolled or registered at the beginning of the school year. So looking at that document, right now, as of when I pulled these numbers, the expected enrollment was 2,495 students. So that is up, if you look at that chart, that scorecard on there, that is up by 117 students from last year at the same time. So we're up in the district over 100 students. So within that document, you see each school, there's a breakdown for each school. There's the elementary schools, the middle school, high school, and then also our virtual school. So as you look through those numbers, you can see for the majority of the schools, the expected enrollment is up. The enrollment that we thought was going to actually attend here at Romulus Community Schools. So the other document, which is the head count. So the head count enrollment is the number of students who have actually been present here in Romulus, in one of our schools. So these students have actually shown up, we have taken attendance for these students, and we have them on record as attending. So currently, as of this data, when I pulled it, we had 2,332 students who have actually shown up to one of our schools. As you see on that scorecard in that document, that is up by 250 students from the same time last year. So last year, if you think we had 250 students less that actually showed up and were present in our schools. So at this current time, we are above 250 students from the previous year, so 2,332 students. And then again, that same format within this data. Each school, you can see where that school's current head count is at, and then how many students above or below the previous year to give you an idea of where our enrollment trend is headed. So we have 2 weeks until our official count day starts. So know that enrollment is going to adjust based on where we're dropping students right now, students who have not shown up at all, and students who have shown up, but then their families decided that they're going to send their child someplace else. So by the time we get to count day, we'll have an official count of how many students are actually present here at Romulus Community Schools. I mean, are there any questions? I know this is public comment.
Ask you any questions, or any board members who have any questions for Mr. Broad?
I have a question. We received an email stating that Rommel was up for the first time in years, and it's not part of this. So that change has come into place since Romulus Elementary reported an increase in enrollment. So that has come into place since this report was created or run?
I'm not familiar with the email
Okay.
that you have.
All right. That's fine. She reported it. She sent us a great email saying that the enrollment in Romulus Elementary for the first time ever had increased. So
So the expected enrollment on that document showed that they're up 17 students. The actual head count, when I pulled this data, they were down, it looked like 1 student.
okay.
So there's fluctuations going on in this enrollment data daily,
Okay.
depending on how we're dropping or enrolling students.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Vice President.
I just want to take RVL for just kicks and giggles. When we say grade K through 8, there's 110. Does it break down by grade level to tell us how many kids are actually enrolled?
Not the report that you have, but we do have that data to
Can we
break that
get a
down.
breakdown by grade level?
Sure. Yes.
Because at 110 students, is it even feasible to keep virtual learning going for elementary if we don't have the count for paying staff?
Right.
I would like to get that information, please.
Thank you. And my question is pertaining to the Romulus virtual learning. It's showing that it's down 46. Is there any particular reason? Can you elaborate? Is that because they went over into the traditional, or the variance, or you haven't drilled down into that type of?
There have been some students who have moved over to Romulus Adult Ed. There's some fluctuations between enrollment between those different programs. Some of those students moved into the high school and are attending Romulus High School instead of RVLC. So there's there's some enrollment issues going on between those different adult ed programs and the alternative programs that we got to get situated.
But, sorry, just to piggyback.
Yes, yes, Vice President.
What it states on here is that head count change is for only the K through 8,
Yes,
not for 9 through 12.
correct.
So I think
So
that,
that's where that confusion about where those kids are actually enrolled at, that we're working out right now.
but if this count, I guess, I'm still not understanding, if this count is for K through 8,
K through 8.
what does 9 through 12 have to do with what we asking where the count is?
So when I pulled this data, 9 through 12 was not enrolled in RVLC. They were enrolled in Romulus Adult Ed Alternative. So I didn't pull that into this data just yet because there was some confusion about which program those students were supposed to be part of.
Because 9, 12 shouldn't be enrolled in adult ed.
Right,
Right.
That's high school.
right.
We need clarification and numbers on all of these, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Madam Secretary.
just so I make sure I'm understanding this correctly, this 110, as Vice President Wester said, this is grades K through 8. And then we also have students in grades 9 through 12 who were attending traditional in-person school who have chosen to go virtual. So that count is not included in here. And then we also have our RVLC, as we had been referring to it, that had grades 9 through 12 and some middle school students. So we're missing 2 numbers, is that correct? We're missing the virtual 9 through 12, and we're missing also the traditional RVLC, which has run between, 70 and 100 students. Is that correct?
Correct. So I did not include the 9 through 12th grade because there was some confusion about which program those students were going to be enrolled in.
Okay,
So that was just an initial school year confusion about where they're at. They're in RVLC right now. At the time that I pulled this data, they were not part of RVLC at that time. They're there now.
So our RVLC is registered with the state as a Romulus Community Schools alternative high school education. And we used to have, it was airport virtual learning, and then it became RVLC. And so that Romulus Virtual Learning Center is registered with the state as high school alternative education. And now it's just become the name for remote learners? And if so, like, how does that work? How can we do that?
So its educational setting is alternative and general ed. Its grade is K through 12. So with those identifications, it allows for students K through 12 to be part of RVLC.
Okay, so, but we would still keep the traditional pre-existing students, RVL students in there as well, right? Because to have Romulus Adult Ed Alternative, as Ms. Wester said, these aren't adults, these are high school and some middle school students. So how does this affect our funding and our FTEs, given that we get, there's specific criteria that we have to meet when we're using these umbrellas? And then also, I'd be very interested in knowing our students who were previously, like 100-ish students who were previously in RVLC, that they're now being called Romulus Adult Ed Alternative. If there's been a drop there, I'd be concerned that using the word Adult Ed Alternative for high school or middle school students might cause some people to drop out.
The grades 9 through 12, those students in those grades are not in Romulus Adult Ed Alternative.
Oh,
At the time of this data, they were. At the time that I pulled this data, they were. But currently, they are in RVLC.
okay,
Romulus
so, okay.
Virtual Learning Center.
So our VLC, this number of 110 will go up because we will add to it grades 9 through 12 virtual learners, as well as grades 9 through 12 and a few middle school students who were always under the umbrella RVLC?
Correct.
Okay. Why do grades 9 through 12 not take daily attendance?
They are asynchronous learning, so they don't show up daily. There's a different way that attendance is recorded for students. It's called a two-way communication. So that is documented within our student information system, MyStar. That happens on count day. It happens at particular times. I'm not sure if the instructors do that daily or do it weekly, but I do know for the count days, there's a two-way communication that has to be logged into MyStar.
So our high school students who've chosen remote learning, they're not attending every single day and interacting with a live teacher? That's different than what was originally presented. So they're only attending a few days a week, and I guess we can get that information later, because that comes down to the curriculum and the quality. As far as the high school, the numbers at the high school, we have 652 currently head count. How are those numbers calculated? Do we have an attendance secretary, or if not, who's calculating our attendance at the high school?
I mean, there is somebody at the high school overseeing attendance. So one of the
So that is
administrative
what-
assistants is taking care
Great,
of the
okay.
attendance.
That's all.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other board members who have any questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, is there anyone else with public comment?
Yes, let's see.
You might want to answer if it's more forms. Remember, somebody was trying to get forms. You told them to
Oh,
fill it out.
somebody was,
Is there any more? Yes, if you have any forms that you want to bring up, we can,
we
I'll
ran,
have-
ask if anybody ran out of forms.
right, there's one bring.
No, I mean,
If there's anyone else,
they ran out of forms.
there's more back there? Thank you.
Everybody has one.
Yes,
All right. Well, Tim Sherwood,
since you,
since
since
you're
you're
here.
walking away.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I just have a couple of quick things I would like to touch on. I would like to know how the new boxing gym will be funded. A boxing gym was never a thought prior to Dr. Weatherspoon becoming interim superintendent. It is because Dr. Weatherspoon is part of the member of the Michigan Unarmed Combat Commission. They are responsible for regulation of professional boxing and mixed martial arts. Boxing gym will be ages for 8 to 25. How many will be active RCS students? And if so, how are they going to benefit and improve the graduation rate? Why would we have young adults 19 to 25 in the program? After-school activities such as boxing or some type of creative outlet could be good for our district if it was already in a good position. For example, improvements are needed to the inside of the high school. The library is one. The library should be a modern multimedia room where students can go to study and do research and have all kinds of resources they need at their fingertips. Instead, books are outdated and unorganized, and the library is starting to look like a storage room. Also, the choir room, the service entrance to the band and choir room, and the office in between the two rooms need attention. So we're putting monies in places that monies don't need to be going. It is a safety and health issues. I have the pictures here to prove it. We have missing ceiling tiles, ceilings that are so black it's either filthy or black mold. We have broken and missing floor tiles. The stuff looks good from the outside, but on the inside it's falling apart. Please take a look at these photos when you have time. How is data being collected by KSK Consultancy? I have not seen where and when these listing groups and meetings have been taking place. The community is telling you their concerns already. Instead, they pay someone tens of thousands of dollars to gather information we already know. Dr. Krantz's website content is weak and full of testimonials that come from her colleagues. List change that was made as a result of her direct impact. Tell us about that. She also has a public business Facebook page established in 2017, but has had no activity since 2019. How is she gonna be this everything to everybody when she can't even keep up with her social media and business page? There haven't been any reviews or recommendations on her own page. How does this make her relevant enough to offer her a job that pays so much money? There's so much money going out to areas where we don't need to have money going to, period. And that needs to stop now. I believe our district is taken advantage of. Our district is being taken advantage of. We are overpaying the interim
Go ahead.
superintendent, hiring new law firms, and
Excuse me, your
hiring new
time is up.
consultant. Let's get back to focusing on
Your time is up.
current students, retaining the dedicated
Your
teachers
3
we
minutes is up.
currently
Let's go
have.
get us.
Focus on hiring qualified and certified teachers and guidance counselors.
Point of order.
How can a school not have any at all? They are so important and so
Point of
vital
order.
in keeping
Your 3 minutes is
students
up, sir.
track to
Point of
graduate
order.
and to make sure they are taking the right classes so they can be successful in getting
Point
into
of
college
order.
they want to attend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a look, sir. Take a look at all your money wasting, things that need to be taken care of. And this is not just the band room. It's happening in every school location. It looks good from the outside, but it's rotting from the inside.
Mr. Sherwood, you should have asked, could you approach the board, the table?
It was done with no malice. Thank you very
Okay,
much. Have a good
all right,
night.
thank you. And we also want those who are presenting to be mindful of the 3-minute, and if you need to go over 3 minutes, please request the additional time. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Madam Secretary.
David Hughley.
I do too.
I'll just let you do it.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
All right, I'm David Hughley. I'll be short and to the point because I had limited information. I don't have all the information the gentleman just got up. I'm David Hughley, and I'm a member and a concerned parent of the community. I am an engineer and a pastor by profession and trade. I'm here to support the coaches. As it was shared, with me that they need to apply for their position because of the superintendent and AD are requiring it. That's my understanding. Such a move seems unfair, unnecessary, and very unusual for an institution. Well, who am I? I've raised 5 sons through the Romulus Community Schools from 1995 to 2017. So I'm very familiar with the school system. I've coached in Little League football, baseball, and basketball over the years in Romulus. I've been in Romulus since 1993. My whole purpose here is to support the coaches and to do what is the right thing for the students, for the community, and for the coaches. They need stability, they need continuity, then they need that relationship building that comes with coaches. So it's all about trust. It's all about trust. And we got to trust who we have in the position that we have them in. So why would they need to reapply? Makes no sense to me. Makes no sense to me. And I'm concerned. And I hope you have that same concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Paris McCarthy.
Eagle Nation, Eagle Nation. I'm Paris McCarthy, head coach of Romulus girls basketball. I may need more than 3 minutes, I may not, but I may need an additional minute. Just giving you a heads up.
If you need so, please address and we'll let you
Can
know.
I have an additional minute, please,
Sure,
Madam
go ahead.
President?
Yes,
Thank
you may.
The reason that I am here today, I am advocating for myself, my student athletes, as well as my fellow coaches. On September the 16th, we were advised by an email that all of the varsity coaches will have to reapply for their positions for the winter 2022 and spring 2023 seasons, on the premise that excellent coaches would be hired, and this would be an annual requirement moving forward. When they say excellent, are they implying that the coaches that we have here are not already excellent? The level of disregard and disrespect that I felt as not only a coach, but as an alumni when I read that email is unexplainable. I've given everything that I've had, probably my entire life. I'm a lifelong resident. Aside from my 4 years at Grambling State University, I've poured my heart and my soul into this community, into this district, into my basketball program. And I don't mean this with any disrespect, any malice towards anyone. I just want to understand how such a decision can be made without assessing the climate and culture of each program, the caliber of coaches that we have, the impact that we make on a daily. How can this decision be made without the board? Or was the board involved? That I don't know, I'm just asking. In the last 5 years, we've won 3 league championships. 2 have been consecutive, back to back, no Drake. We recently won a district title. We had a regional final appearance against the #1 team in the state. I told my team that night, and I've said this before, whoever was going to win that game was going to the Breslin that night. I've been nominated for Coach of the Year 4 years in a row. And recently, I've been selected to serve on an MHSAA Basketball Rules Committee this upcoming November with little to no support. We haven't had access to an adequate weight room in 3 years. One summer, I was locked out of the gym for 86 days. Our team has never been recognized by the district or any of its accolades or accomplishments aside from Ms. Z and the RHS teachers giving us a luncheon on game day. Even better, I can count how many administrators or school board members have been to one of our basketball games on my hand. I don't want to ask this, but I think I know why. It's because, and I'm taking a page out of Coach Cersei's book, everyone isn't an eagle. Being an eagle means operating with a certain sense of integrity and level of pride. I've turned down countless coaching opportunities to be here, and I remain loyal to Romulus. I actually turned down a coaching opportunity today to not only coach in a neighboring district, but be a member of their faculty. I graduated from Grambling State University as a 4-year scholarship student athlete for women's basketball with a bachelor in biological science. I actually signed my national letter of intent in this library where Portia Laster is sitting right now. I see you, Pete.
How many minutes? Ms. Paris, excuse me, you had your 4 minutes.
I'm sorry, y'all, that's my time, but everybody isn't an eagle, and I believe in Romulus coaches. I think you all are excellent, and if no one else is going to advocate for you, I will continue to do it.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, is there anyone else?
Mr. Hanson?
I'm Mr. Hanson. I've been teaching here now for 24 years at the high school science. I am the secretary and treasurer of the REA. Sorry, Carter, I'm going off script. I am here to support our coaches. Many of these coaches I actually taught. They have their heart and soul here. And I'm not sure why we're letting a wet behind the ear athletic director do his due to our people. Many of them are in our hallways working as ambassadors. Many of them spend extra time trying to help our kids, whether it's feeding them, bringing them to and fro, and trying to help them out. Okay? As Paris said, if you don't have the Eagle heart, you don't understand this. Okay, we have a lot of pride in our kids. A year ago, staff had a lot of hope. We were coming off a successful golf outing. Do you guys remember that golf outing? Very successful. It brought our community together. We were looking at ways to bring community in. The staff, not just the teachers, we were all feeling hopeful. Today, a year later, the morale here is super low. I think we're at about 20, probably approaching 25 teachers that have left the district and gone elsewhere. Enrollment is continuing to go lower, and yet we hired an emergency manager to be interim superintendent at a rate of over $300,000 a year. Only 5 districts in this state pay their superintendents that much, not even Detroit Community Schools. You may ask, what does a $300,000 emergency manager get you? If you're in my shoes, it's harassment. It's having your students questioned by a lawyer about your integrity and how you conduct business. It's investigating our administrators and harassing them. I know of exactly one that was pushed out last year just by the same harassment I was receiving. It's having a ULP filed for the very first time against this district. For those of you that don't know what a ULP is, it's unfair labor practice. We've never ever filed one before. Okay, it's because emergency managers don't believe in contracts. They don't know how to follow contracts. They think they can bully themselves
Mr. Hassan,
all
your
around.
3 minutes
All right.
are up. Would you require another?
It is my hope that this board will listen to the community and deal with this emergency manager. It's time for him to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, is there any other?
Rita Hampton?
I know what I'm about to say. I want you to keep on thinking. Tomorrow is the anniversary of Dr. Ben Edmondson's departure here. He has not worked in over a year because of lies and mendacity portrayed on this board, by this board. And I am not speaking of Miss Western, and I'm not speaking about Pete Bergeron, and I'm not speaking about Miss Terrell. You did a bad thing, like Chris Igerson says. You did a bad thing. I say bring Dr. Ben back. It was not like this. lies, deceit. Anybody that gets up here, he's wondering, you're going to pay for it. They send me a letter of no trespassing. Move me out, I say. My father would have been embarrassed if I had not come back. I'm not giving up, and I'm not giving in. Dr. Ben belongs here. He did good. He did well. And it was for no reason. Look at your Clark Hill report. There's no reason for him to be from this place. He was only here 13 months. 13 months. Takes longer for an elephant to have a baby. 13 months. And because of lies, because of the school board lies, specifically the 3 that I have recalled again, if you don't get out there and sign, we can't get them out of here. But tomorrow is the clarity meeting on Zoom. Pray for that it goes right. If it don't, I got another one coming up on Thursday.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Autumn Searcy.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Eagle Nation. I'm up here as a concerned parent. I have 3 children in Romulus Community Schools. They've been going to Romulus schools since they were in kindergarten. And they're athletes, 3 athletes. Once we figured out that they were going to be really good athletes, everybody told me to take them out of Romulus schools because they said Romulus was not going to do anything for them. They weren't going to work with them. They weren't going to get them scholarships to play college ball. I kept them in Romulus. The one reason why I kept them in Romulus is because I wanted them to have stability. I didn't want them changing schools here and there because there's always going to be something that you don't like about a district. The reason I kept them here, though, this school doesn't have the stability. Even without moving them, my kids has had a different principal every year since they've been at the high school. I wanted them to go to school with the kids that they grew up with. Most of the kids are left. So the reason why I kept them here was for stability, and I don't have the stability. The one thing we did have was stability in the athletic department. Most of the coaches here have been here for 6 and 7, 8, 10 years. So the one stability that they did have was the coaches, and they're not just coaches to them. They mentor them. They talk to them. They encourage them. If these kids need rides, they get rides. They feed them if they're hungry. And like the other guy said, it's the trust. They built trust with them. And that's important. So now I've heard that they have to apply for their jobs. And when I heard that, it's been a smack in the face for me for trying to hold on hope for this district. And I've been all for the Meta Lab and bring stuff in, and I've been just trying to hang on to this hope that things are going to get better. So I'm for the bringing stuff in, but now you want to take away the one thing that we have, the stability that we have, coaches that they've seen, they've become familiar with, you want to take them away. So I'm very concerned with that. And I think that it's very disrespectful, not only to the coaches, but to the kids. And to the community that's been holding on hope to say this thing is going to get better. Yes. And now how do you think these kids feel? It's a very unstable environment for them to not know who their coach is going to be. And I have seniors. I have 2 seniors. And so instead of the focus being on getting them some counselors, because I'm filling out college applications and I can't put a counselor down, they have incomplete college applications because one of the requirements on a college application is for them to have a counselor. So their college application is incomplete. So instead of focusing on getting the people in, you're trying to take the people out that's already here. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Thank you. Madam Secretary. Is there anyone?
Yeah. Cynthia Bond? Satina, I apologize, Satina Bond. I apologize, Satina Bond.
Good evening, board and community. I'm an emotional person, but I'm not going to get to that today. I want you guys to hear me out clear. I am here specifically for these kids. We build relationships that you guys don't see. A lot of these parents don't see. These kids have come to us with issues you wouldn't believe. I've been here coaching since 2019. Before that, I was a teen mom. Thank you, Coach, for letting me be a part. I volunteered at the elementaries, the middle schools. I have 5 kids, single mom. I'm taking time away from my own children because I love all children. These kids deserve stability. These kids deserve the people that have been loving them, caring about them, not only caring and loving, but we're teaching them. We are teaching these cheerleaders how to be women, how to carry themselves, how to be respectful. I respect the ambassadors, I respect the teachers, and any other coach that has come to me and let me know when one of my cheer daughters is out of line. Because one thing I was brought up under is you won't disrespect. You will succeed. You understand? I got 3 children that have already graduated Romulus schools. I got 2 more. And like Mama Cersei said, it's very hard for me because my children love this school, but they don't know the background and what they're facing. And it's not just about coaches having to reapply. It all revolves around you guys not seeing what's being snatched away from these kids. If we snatch it away, we're snatching them away to the streets. We have single moms, we have single dads. They work, we take them home, we pick them up, we feed them. All of that is there. But the very important thing that cannot be taken away from these kids is these coaches, ourselves, that have taken our time coming straight from work. I'm taking vacation days to attend pep rallies so that my kids can see me as support because they don't have their parents at times. And it's not fair. It's not fair that this man can come in here and hide behind emails because you don't want to talk to me face to face. He comes to a game. You want to come to a football game and stand next to me and talk my ear off. Don't talk my ear off. Do what's right by these kids. That is all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, is there any other?
Carol Bales.
Well, and I may need an extra minute or so, if I could, please, because I
Okay,
have a
4
couple
minutes.
items.
All right.
First of all, I'm here in total support of the coaches. I don't know why this decision was made, why an email went out. I think that the communication in this school system is terrible, terrible. And I'm going to tell you, I was blessed to have been the superintendent's secretary working for this beautiful lady over here, Cheryl Buckley, that served on the board. And we had such dignity and respect in our community. And it is gone. It is gone away, and it needs to come back. And this morning, I'm going to tell you, this morning I had a message, and I was in tears because I sit on the board of directors for Goodfellows. And I had sent a memo to the superintendent's secretary, and I may have misunderstood the communication, But I had asked if I could come before the principals because I wanted to hand out a flyer, because we want to make sure that all of our families, we don't have a child without a Christmas, we don't have any seniors without a Christmas. We take care of over 500, seniors and families. And so I wanted to do that. I was denied that right. I was told that I could come on October 11th because he has a full agenda. I would have only taken 5 minutes to hand these out. I'm going to hand them to him tonight. I'm going to tell you, they can call me. The applications are due October 15th. So for me to come on October 11th was not right. And these families, we raised lots of money in this community to take care of these families. And I ask for your support. I ask you to start communicating with us, to start caring more about the people that pay the taxes and the people that live in our community and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. You may give it to the secretary. She'll pass it down. Thank you, Carol.
These all go to Dr. Weather.
Madam Secretary, is there any other?
No, that's all, I'm sorry.
Okay, that ends the public comment. The next item on the agenda is request for closed session, Section 8HOMA, attorney-client privilege. Closed session will take place in a separate session. The meeting will remain open until the board returns from the closed session.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Yes,
if I may, and I don't know the availability of the attorneys joining us, but is it possible for us to move this to later in the meeting so that we can move through our meeting for our staff members who are here tonight, as well as members of the community? But I know we encourage our staff to come, and because our last closed meeting was so late, if we could move that to accommodate them, it would be appreciated.
hold on for 1 second. Madam Secretary, the meeting with the closed session should not take long. It should not take 2 hours, and the attorneys have a certain set time. It was set for 6:20. We already are at 7 o'clock. I would recommend that we go into the closed session, and no, it will not be a 2 hour. It would not be 2 hours, not even an hour of meeting with legal.
To piggyback off of Secretary Piles, we need to start moving these to the end. We missed a retirement celebration. 2 weeks ago, I wasn't here, but that's all I heard, was that they sat out here for 2 hours to be recognized.
We understand that, but we have legal, they're on a time.
Legal is
They're
all,
on a time schedule. Listen, the request for the closed session, it should not take that long. Board members, it should not take that long.
we always say it's not gonna take long, and we're in there for 3 hours, Madam President.
We're gonna
It's
put a
not
time.
right.
We're gonna put a
Is
time.
there a point of order? Is there a motion to
Point of
enter into
order.
closed session?
Madam Secretary, roll call vote.
We need a motion and
Motion.
support.
Move that the Board of Education convene in closed session under Section 8H of the OMA to consider attorney-client privileged communication. Number 1, Attorney Eric Delaporte, Delaporte Law PLLC, and number 2, Attorney Mike Weaver, Plunkett Clooney Attorneys. Rationale in accordance with Michigan's Open Meeting Act enacted in 1976 as Public Act 267. All closed meetings must be called by a motion at the public meeting of the Board of Education, followed by a roll call vote. The Board of Education will convene in closed session under Section 8H of the OMA, attorney-client privilege.
Support.
Motion made by Evans, support by Piles. Madam Secretary, roll call vote.
Evans?
Yes.
Piles, no. Bergeron? No. Wester?
No.
Terrell? Kennard?
Yes,
Motion fails.
motion fails. Um, The next item on the agenda is the presentation. A summary report service by Dr. Carrie Krantz, Leadership Curriculum Consultant.
Yeah, we do, because the agenda is set by the president. So that's why we had taken off approving. Remember when this happened with us and we didn't make it past that? So if the agenda isn't approved, it goes by,
It goes what it is.
it doesn't need to be approved. They didn't tell us that. We didn't know. It was the first time it happened.
Right. So,
It was the first, and they ended up telling us that. We were in a meeting.
it's not on the agenda now. Closed session. So how many phases you got? 3?
Are they available at the end?
You don't?
Are they available at the end? Judy. There were,
Mm-hmm. Huh? Okay, Carrie wants to come off the agenda. So she no longer wants to present. So we gotta change the agenda, take her off of the presentation and take off the action. No. We're not voting.
then what do we do?
It has to be removed. You have to remove it from the agenda. And
Is
remove
she
it.
currently working?
I don't know.
So right now,
Come here.
right now, make a motion to take the presentation off. Wait, what about, are we gonna do the students first, then do it?
Yeah, let's do it, students.
Yeah, so they can go home.
The,
Students wanted to speak.
there are a few students who wanted to come before the board, and so we are going to allow for the students to come before us. Carrie, can you, all right,
3 minutes.
3 minutes apiece. Who are the students?
Just have them line up because. we'll
Just
have
line
their
up.
names.
How many of you are there out there?
Any students who'd
Any
like to
students?
speak, if you just come form a line behind the podium and we'll give
We'll
each
give you
person
3
3
minutes.
minutes.
Hello? Okay, yes, they can line up there at the podium, and we allow them 3 minutes. It's only 3? Okay, 2 or 3, whoever you are. When you come to the podium, please state your name. And what grade you're in.
I'm Elijah Cersei. I'm a senior.
We can't hear you.
Can't hear.
My name is Elijah Cersei. I'm a senior here. That was my
Is the mic
mom
on?
speaking about me. I'm Elijah Cersei, a senior here. That was my mom speaking about us not having counselors. I went to school the first week, repeating the same classes without us having counselors. But y'all are trying to fire my coach that I had for like 4 years since I was in middle school, elementary, and now this year. And we just came off district state championship, and we went to a regional final against Belleville, and we almost went to the Callahan Hall for the state championship game.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is he,
This is my senior year. I've been talking about playing with Coach Herb since the 8th grade, and now that it's here now, when it's my senior year, y'all gonna try to take him away, and I feel like it's unfair.
What is your name?
Elisha Cersei.
Elisha. Okay.
okay, anyone else?
My name is Brian Poe. I'm a junior. I've been playing basketball since the 6th grade. And coming to Romulus, the coaches have always been like family to me, like brothers. Anytime I needed anything, a ride to school, a ride from practice, food, anything, when I needed help with work, they were always there for me.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name's Zion Wimberly. I've been playing with Coach Herb since I was like 4, so it's like when y'all trying to take him away from me is just crazy. It's not even just basketball though. It's all the coaches. It's like one big family. Romulus in general, it's one big family.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else?
My name Carnell Bonnie.
How do you, what did you say?
My name Carnell Bonnie. I'm
Bonnie.
a sophomore.
Okay.
Here. And like, trying to take our coaches away is like breaking up our brotherhood for real. Like, we build bonds with our coaches. Like, y'all don't want to, we can't do that. Like, you just can't take it away from us.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? We want to make sure we get all of you.
Can y'all hear me? My name is Kevin Medley. I'm a sophomore, and I knew Coach Deb since I was in 8th grade. He brought me in. He taught me a lot. We built a bond outside of basketball, and trying to just take him away as a coach from me is just not it.
Can you repeat your name again? We didn't get it.
Kevin Medley.
Okay, thank you.
How y'all doing? My name is Christian
Okay.
Cabell. These coaches have been coaching me since I was in elementary school, you know. Every summer, every fall, they're there. Every winter, they help me out. They give me rides, give me food, everything. You can't fire them now because we've had a whole summer together. You can't. We played basketball, built a bond with all the coaches, family, you know, together as one. So taking them now would be just too late because I've been playing with them since I was, 10. So that would just be wrong to just take our coaches now. So.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, my name is Zoe Doucette, and I'm on a cheer team. And I just want to say, like, my coach has always been there for me, and I've been around them since I was really young, played on, like, different teams. And when I came to the high school, they welcomed me with welcome arms, and they just loved me like my mom or my sisters. And so, yeah, I can't take them away because we love them, and they always be there for us.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Hi, my name is Brenaya, and I just feel like it's really wrong of y'all to try to take the coaches away. Like, we all have our own special bonds with each coach. Coach Deb, Coach Tina, Coach Herb, Coach P, all the coaches. Like, it's just so wrong for y'all to do that. Like, I feel like y'all worried about the wrong stuff. Like that one man said, y'all worried about the wrong stuff. That one man said the building falling down and y'all worried about the coaches. Like, it's just so crazy because it's like they treat us as if that we're their own kids. So it's like you can't do that to us. Like, y'all got other stuff to worry about and others, like, it's other stuff. Like, and I really hope y'all make the right decisions because I guarantee if y'all fire the coaches, there's not going to be no teams. I promise you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? We're gonna, okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Shannon Brown. I'm a senior. I play football here. My head coach is Charles Cersei. I've known him since my freshman year, and when I first met him, he told me, like,
our common goal was to change the culture of the school and to bring the community back together, because we all recognize that a lot of kids have been leaving the school for education purposes and athletic purposes as well, which is the topic of today. Our coaches have provided basically everything for us, going from helmets and shoulder pads, all equipment, as well as jerseys. They've taken us out of state. They fed us. They've driven us out of like 3 hours away to compete in our sports and athletics. And it's more than just coaching. When it comes to these coaches, they're family. They're all alumni. They all support us. And I just think it's unnecessary to try to take them out of the community, because as she said, if you take the coaches out of the community, more than half of the kids will be leaving, because a lot of these kids are athletes, and that would be very negative for the school.
My name is Damon Brooks. I just feel like I drive 30 minutes out of my way to come here just to play football, and it just doesn't make sense that some people don't have a father figure or any figure at all, right? But you try to take that away from them. It's like some people don't have what's necessary, and these coaches go out of their way to pay for and feed these kids. That's all I got.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, go ahead.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Rashad Cameron. I'm a sophomore at Romulus High School. Today I'm here to talk to you about how you guys are doing, my coaching staff. I feel like this is a disgrace in my community, because there's no reason that you should be taking people that care about us, take care of us every day, feed us, taught us, teach us the right ways, how to live and how to do things in life. They take us on. I don't know. They just like a family to us. They treat us real good. They teach us like life, like ways that we should live our life. I just feel like maybe you guys aren't doing your job right, because like I feel like you guys aren't doing your job right, because you guys are worried about the wrong things. These coaches here, like Coach Hurd, since I was in 7th grade, he been bringing me up to the high school. My auntie Perry's been training me. They're getting us strong. I feel like we making progress as a sports school or like an athletic program. You guys are just not doing the right things in this Eagle Nation program. Y'all worried about the wrong things. Y'all should be worried about how kids aren't getting to school, the attendance is low, where the money is going, why the building's falling down, why all these kids are getting suspended. Hold on, I'm not done. How all these kids are getting suspended and they get to come right back into school. How we just let in any kids, how we just let in kids from all these different cities that have bad reputations, and y'all just bring them into school. Here, we are a family. I feel like we should be sticking together, and we should be doing the right thing. Y'all worried about the wrong thing. Y'all shouldn't be firing none of my coaches. They shouldn't have to reapply for any of my jobs. My auntie Paris, they done made it to the, what was that called, auntie? The regionals, the game before the Breslin. We done made progress. Coach Hurd, he made it to the game, the Final Four, right before the Breslin, almost to Michigan State in front of live TV. Coach Dev, he didn't taught me some valuable lessons. I know he done bumped heads a few times. Coach Gabe, that's like a father figure to me. Where Samaj dad at? He didn't treat me like his son also. Hold on, where else? Everybody. But I feel like you guys need to get together, and you're not taking my coaching staff from me. And if y'all take him, then everybody leaving. We a family here at Romulus.
Thank you. On behalf of the Romulus Community School Board, we want to thank our students. Is there another?
Hello.
Okay, you're the last one. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jade Jones. I'm a junior. Basically, I have a few points. One, our coaches. Now, I ain't seen nobody else come up here from girls basketball, but there is no way that there is going to be a girls basketball season without Paris McCarthy. Coach P has been with our girls. Coach P saw me when I was in middle school and told me to come up. Coach P seen stuff in me, and so did Coach Ashley, seen stuff in me I didn't see in myself, and are building me to be a better person than I ever thought I could be. So taking away them is one of the biggest slap in the face as somebody who knows I'm not oblivious. And I really feel like a lot of y'all think we don't know what y'all are up here doing. And we do. We can't use the other half of our storage closet anymore in the gym because it's black mold in there. We can't even go over there, but we have to store our equipment in there. You know, I look up at my ceilings and all the paintings from the seniors before me have water stains on them. Everything is getting ruined. We don't have books, we don't have teachers, but y'all won't hire the people who are coming here and trying to work. That doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like y'all are really picking at something because y'all want a certain outcome, and y'all need to be worried about what y'all have right now. Because right now y'all have a whole lot of nothing. And y'all getting rid of the only people who provide any substance to this school district. So that's all I have to say for y'all. Have a
Thank
lovely
you.
evening.
So to our students, let me say this on behalf, as the board president, and first of all, we welcome you, each and every one, whether you're a student, those who come before us, and this Board of Education will diligently take into consideration, and we heard you, we're hearing you. We're gonna have some of those conversations, and we wanna thank you for expressing yourself. When young people come before and they tell us, sometimes, you know, we hear from other avenues, but hearing from students, and it's something that we're welcoming to hear from you. So we want to thank you for taking the bold step to coming before us and letting us know how you feel, what you're going through and your thoughts. And rest assured, we will have those conversations and take some things into consideration. Thank you. At this time, there's been the board, Can I say something? Can I address the board? Okay, yes, go ahead. Before you start, can you give us your name?
My name is Derek Rushing, R-U-S-H-I-N-G.
Derek Rushing? Derek Rushing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
R-U-S-H-I-N-G.
Okay.
All right, good evening, everybody. I want to just say something to you guys real quick. Emergency manager. I think we've already had an example of what emergency managers do. You can just go right down the street to Inkster. All those schools are gone. All right? I think that's quite evident about what emergency managers do. And matter of fact, the Detroit public school system still hasn't really recovered from an emergency manager. All right? But I am going to say this, is that you're going to take away something, the heart and fabric of this school, which is the coaches. Now, I want to say that I am a former police officer, and I retired. I want to share something. I've learned something from these coaches. I've learned something from these teachers. And now you're going to take it away? These kids do not need to be involved with police officers on the street. They need to be involved with the coaches inside the school. I've heard these students. I've heard some of the community leaders here. I've heard some of the parents here. But I'm going to tell you something real quick, and I'm going to end it just like this. Nah, I got their back too. I'm here. So the thing is, whatever they want me to do, I'm going to do it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If Dr. Krantz does not want to present tonight, and I don't want to speak for her, but if so, I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Education remove item number 7, presentation, up next from the agenda.
I would, if the audience wants to hear my report, it would be fine.
Okay, I'm sorry, I did not want to
Yes,
take that opportunity from you.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I just,
Okay.
if it's a spirit of kindness, that it's listened to, because I've given my heart and soul to the project, then I would like to proceed.
Okay.
Thank you. Just have everyone sit down and.
We want to, there was a suggestion for a recess,
Just for a minute.
just for a 5-minute recess. Is there a motion?
Motion for recess.
Recess 5 minutes, time is 7:19.
Is-
Madam
is
Sec,
support- Wait. Motion to recess by who?
Evans.
is there support? Somebody got to support this.
Anybody going to support or no?
Is there support for a 5-minute recess? Okay, let-
Huh? They're leaving.
Okay, the next item on the agenda, the motion didn't pass for the recess. It's for the presentation from Dr. Krantz.
Ask for it to be quiet, though. Yeah. Ask for it to be
Those who
quiet.
are exiting the room, we're still in session. Those who are exiting the room, we're still in session. Those who are exiting the room, we're still in the.
Then why is she coming to me? Okay, then we'll get to it. Okay, then we'll get to it.
Those who are exiting the room, we're still in session. Good evening, Dr. Krantz.
Good evening. I do come with this.
Yes, go ahead. You may proceed.
I come in a spirit of care for the district, and I come in the spirit of being appreciative of the opportunity to show the work that has been done since last January. And for those who were concerned about my website, I don't like it either. I'm not very good at social websites, but I think I'm pretty good at what I've brought to the district. So I apologize for that website. I'm a little bit old, and social media is not yet my thing, but I'm trying. Last January, I was approached to come and bring some skills that I have in trying to help bring a trusting environment for our students, for our staff, and to build and heal relationships with our community. I was hired to conduct a series of listening sessions. And the directive I had was to conduct listening sessions with students, teachers, community members, community leaders, and anybody that I could possibly have come to one of our sessions. I have a report here, and I had a PowerPoint presentation that I didn't have a chance to set up that had some visuals that I think were really nice. But in the report, at the beginning of the report, it talks about some background information. It talks about what brought you to ask me to come to do the work. And I want to, if we could just separate the topic of the coaches and the sports for tonight, I think we'll be able to really focus on this, which was very important. It's hard to separate, I know, but I want to say that there was a genuine urgency and spirit of value in hearing what community had to say. And the board said, no matter what is shared, we want to make amends with that. I'm going to give a shout out to Mrs. Piles because she said we are in trauma in our district. Our community is in trauma, and our teachers are in trauma. The turnaround of staff members has been a constant struggle and a constant issue for stability in the district. You asked to bring in evidence that talked about what people were really thinking and saying so you could address directly through a school improvement plan what the community wanted and what we heard. I attended 3 community sessions, chamber, Rotary, city council. I invited community using those avenues. I followed up with emails of invitation. I met with every building principal one-on-one and received a tour of every building. I asked for them to share their concerns, and I also asked for time that would be available on the calendar for me to meet with staff, for me to meet with parents, and to set up a series of sessions that were held at convenient times for parents. Over 20 listening sessions were held for community members and parents after school hours. There were several sessions that were held with students during their lunch hour. On 3 or 4 days, because we had a large group of students that were given to me, I asked for a cross-section of students that represented not just our best and brightest, not just our athletes, not just our most needy at-risk students, but I wanted a mixture of everybody. So each principal at the middle and high school had a list of students that they sent to me. I brought a colleague with me because we had 16 students in each one of those groups. We split the groups, we asked the same questions. We had sessions planned at the elementary, but the irony is that on those days, the power had gone out and they could not be rescheduled. So at the end of the report, I talk about limitations of the work, which was that our early childhood education center parents were not, just out of a mistake, they were not included in the invitations. Our elementary students' voices are not heard here, but many, many parents' voices are. The rules were given, which were please come. Everything you say will never be shared with a name attached. It will be anonymous, and we will only share the themes that emerge from each universal themes. And so from every one of these sessions, copious notes were taken, many times verbatim, what people were saying. I then put all of those statements that everybody made in all of these sessions, and I put them on a spreadsheet. So I transcribed the notes, put them into statements, and then I color-coded all of the responses. And I was trying to identify what were the themes that were said over the course of these several months' worth of sessions. If something was said 10 times or more, I felt that in the given what was said, those statements, and that became a theme. Of all the statements that were coded and were developed, in this report, I brought forth what those themes were. I also broke it down in this report to say what parents said, what teachers said, what administrators said, etc. And I want to go back to saying that I was given the directive by the board that they would not intervene in anything that was collected, and they wanted the truth, and they wanted to hear what was said. And there was a genuine commitment for them to also open themselves up to be criticized. And I commend the board for that. Approximately 300 people participated in all of these sessions. I wish I could have had 1,000. The themes that emerged, and I think they were echoed in tonight's sentiment, and I appreciate the fact that many will say, well, we already could have told you this. But to actually have so many statements written from a cross-section of your entire community adds credence to what is said, and that becomes meat from which, and a foundation from which you can make actions moving forward. The strengths of the district were its elementary program. People said loud and clearly they felt welcomed, they felt appreciated, and they felt like the elementary programs were a solid success. There was pride shared for the past in Romulus and a pride in many things like their sports programs. The concerns, I want to emphasize, or I want to share and clarify that the same questions were asked of every group. These questions came from the International Restorative Justice Center out of Pennsylvania. And the questions themselves didn't come from there, but the way you approach getting at the heart and the meat of what people are thinking is a carefully constructed way of designing the questions. You start with something that they're thinking about, you move to the present, and you leave with a future statement about action. So the questions that were asked at every session included these 3 questions. It was prompted with a description of the climate that we knew we were starting with. That there were divisions in the community. There were divisions on the board, that there's been turnover, that there have been several administrative positions over 9 years, and that turnover and that revolving door created a great deal of angst for most people in the community and most people involved in the schools. Given the pandemic situation that merely served to exacerbate already difficult situations, the first question was, what have you been thinking given that, what we just described? Everybody who comes to the session gets their own opportunity to speak. There is no time limit. It is not a debate, it's not a dialogue, it is an opportunity for that person to truly say how they're feeling. And we move on to the next person. The beauty of these sessions are that people who may not know one another or may have differing viewpoints about things suddenly are hearing a personal experience that led them to believe something, and empathy is established between one another. So the second question was, what is your biggest worry? At this time, what is your biggest concern? And the last question is, if you could change one thing to make things better, what would it be? All answers were recorded, again, coded, compiled, and they formed the basis for these recommendations. I was personally brought to tears on more than one occasion. It was evident that a good district with good people, with good teachers, with good souls had lost their way. The pandemic exacerbated that, like I said. Behaviors that we wouldn't see typically are a result of this angst that has been created. When people left the sessions, I took the opportunity at the close of those sessions to say the commitment from the board. I talked about the seriousness of trying to make things better, and that they were going to listen to exactly what was said. I believe we've carried through with that promise, and I want you to know that as people left, I felt and recognized, and I have people said as much, thank you for allowing me to be heard. It did a big deal in creating a feeling of hope and to establish the seriousness of our growth. So, the things that came out, interestingly, our students said many things that our adults said. Out of all the groups that I spoke with, I valued and appreciated what our students said, because I don't think they get to say they're not listened to as much as I think they should be. So what they had to say was very powerful, very meaningful. In general, teachers said they were exhausted, that the fits and the starts and stops were killing them. Changing leadership here and there, they couldn't count on any common direction. They couldn't count on rules being the same. They got different answers no matter where they went. Curriculum initiatives started. There was a glimmer of this is going to be great, and then that person left and that wasn't followed through with. That chipped away with morale. Leaders said it's hard when there isn't a common central office leader that stays for the long term. Teachers also felt beat up by the constant reminder of how low the test scores are. My report and my listening acknowledges that a lot of those things that contribute to low test scores have to do with things that are outside of the responsibility of a teacher. So busing, not picking up kids, was one of the biggest concerns that every single group talked about. Consistencies with message, communication consistencies. Those things I believe we knew, but the depth of that angst, busing is a huge deal. If you don't have kids first hour and they arrive second hour because the transportation that they were counting on couldn't pick them up, you can't look at that teacher to say you failed that first hour. So disentangling all the factors that led to these conditions is very hard, and there is not a single thing that is pointing a finger at any one cause. It's a series. It's a combination. So, lack of activities for students came out loud and clear. Students wanted to, and parents wanted to see activities return that were gone during the pandemic, and they wanted to see more activities. Strengthening the arts program, the music program, sports at all levels, etc. There was a big concern by students, parents, teachers, the safety at the middle school by way of bullying and by way of physical fights. I've given you a snapshot of what people have said here, direct statements. A concern with teacher quality, and I want to emphasize that the enormous amount of substitute teachers who are in the district without perhaps certification to teach that subject or having never taught before. You don't know when a student said teachers are mean. Is that a veteran teacher? Is it a guest teacher who's frustrated that they don't have the basic training that we all took when we went to teacher education programs? We spent months and years learning how to manage a classroom. I don't know. I suspect that it is a revolving door of guest teachers that went in and out of classrooms that leaned on what they only knew, which is to yell louder or to kick a kid out of class. But that's a quality issue. It's a huge quality issue. The social emotional environment for our kids at the middle and high school was brought up. It was a common theme. Lack of rigor in instruction was a theme that came out for our high school and our middle school. Again, it's hard to discern. Is that because we had 12 substitute teachers that were there for the year? Or because we were trying to we pulled good teachers out to be administrators in interim status because that was what you had to do. That meant you put a guest teacher in that classroom, and our students said they didn't want that. District-wide inconsistencies. Too many combined classes. Switching on and off schedules. Busing. Substitutes. Leaders. Schedules. All of these led to concerns that have solutions to them. All of these themes, then, I told you I would give you some research-based recommendations based on each theme. The last part of the report shows for each recommendation, or for each priority, recommendations. The first priority, based on the feedback I heard, is to attract and retain great leadership and outstanding teachers at all costs. I can't emphasize this enough. I cannot emphasize this enough. I'm going to say it again. You will not be able to attract teachers, support staff, bus drivers if you are offering the average salary that other districts are. You've heard Ms. Fryer in the business department say there's a Romulus tax that needs to be paid, that we have to get out of this situation we're in, and it's going to mean that we have to pay our teachers more. It's just a reality. increasing the total compensation for retaining teachers that are here. It's the name of the game, folks. Teachers can go anywhere. Our resignations from our teachers were not necessarily because they didn't love the building they were in. They made $10,000 more up the street. Priority number 2, improve the learning environment, social emotional environment for all middle school students. These are my recommendations. Surround students with an ethic of care and respect. Always establish a zero tolerance for mean-spirited adults. Discuss consequences for mean-spirited adults. Develop norms, structures, consistent routines for our middle school students. Give choices to students in their learning. Set your bar for your best students. Students said, somebody kicks the vending machine, now all vending machines are gone. Somebody disrespected the mascot, now the mascot's gone. The pencil machines are gone. They said we don't have anything that's fun. Setting the rules on the lowest cog of the wheel always lowers morale for kids, teachers, and adults. I recommended, and I want to say, many of these recommendations, I've been talking with the administrative team since listening to folks. And some of these are already being instituted. I talked about an alternative schedule for middle school. I talked about separating kids. Dr. Bloodsaw had a marvelous model for changing the way students enter the building and exit the building at the middle school. I've heard nothing but good things about that being instituted. Her expertise, being a former principal of a middle school, really, I think, is already showing that things are better. Third priority, improve district-wide structures, policies, and externally provided programs and demand outstanding service from everyone. Bus service, number 1. Insist on the development of nurturing, caring, and empathetic environments. Include supportive personnel in district-wide professional development activities that help to establish positive cultures for everyone. Establish high expectations for promptness, attention to details, a priority on student safety and family convenience. Establish dependable backup plans. I have 15 recommendations, suggestions. Priority 4, improve quality of teaching and learning. And this is to help encourage joy in teaching. Remove the expectations that you have to do 20 minutes on this diagnostic and 50 minutes on this practice test, and get back to project-based learning, community service, real projects. Well, because I'm an instructional person, there's 22 recommendations for there. Priority 5, improve quality of teaching and learning for the virtual academy. We were given no time to institute the virtual academy during the pandemic. We've learned a great deal. But parents overwhelmingly said when we returned back to full school in person, those who remained in the virtual program wanted what it was like during the pandemic instruction. Those things are already being instituted. Virtual teachers at the elementary level are back in the elementary buildings. part of the supplemental materials we've been purchasing after school started is to give to the virtual teachers. They have the same materials as the classroom teachers. They attended our training in June. They attended our trainings in August for use of these new materials. Increase the activities available to K-12 students. I think I already mentioned that. Offer more STEM-related activities. Use incentives and creative ways to compensate those that work with kids after school at all ages. Provide opportunities for athletics, theater, band, performing arts. My recommendation here was to implement the Meta Labs. Wasn't my idea. I knew you were looking at it, and I knew that this would provide a hands-on experience for our kids. It may be a catalyst that spills over into operations across the district. Priority 7, improve Board of Education practices and procedures. I recommend that you host professional development in-house for Board of Education to establish appropriate guidelines for roles and responsibilities. Strive for stronger unity and work to demonstrate trust in district leadership. I already told you the limitations. I'm very proud of this project. I would welcome the opportunity to sit one-on-one with anyone and show you the raw data, to review with you any, minute questions, but that's the first part of my presentation tonight. Is there anything I can address from there?
Is there any board member who have an inquiry for Dr. Krantz on what she currently just presented to us? Ms. Evans?
You, in your contract initially, it said that you would be asking the board members into your listening circles. I don't believe that was at all, I don't believe any of the board members were done. Can I ask why?
When I was asked to assist with the board retreat, I think there was one in March and there was another one in May, when we all, at one point, I asked you what brought you to become a board member. I also asked you what your biggest worry was and concern, and I asked you what you needed to move forward.
So that was conducted during the
retreats, yes.
During the retreat, okay.
I'll hold another one anytime you would like, but I did utilize that time that we had everybody present to do those.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else?
I have a question.
Madam Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work you've done. Your passion and that you care is not at all disputed. You've always shown that from the time you've been here. So thank you for that. My question is some of the things that were identified. I know that the Listening to Learn work was wrapped up at the end of last school year. So some of the things that came out of this, specifically for me, you talked about something that came out was the social and emotional environment at the high school and middle school. And we know that there is a tremendous need and has been a tremendous need for our students in those buildings. So after collecting this information, what has happened between then and the start of school year to make adjustments to start tackling that social and emotional environment and making it a safe, healthy place where students can learn?
I can only speak for what I know about that, because a lot of this is implemented by building principals. But Dr. Bloodsaw has set climate and culture, quality instruction, and examining through assessments what's being done. Those are her 3 goals. climate and culture was on all of our August administrative planning time. Individual meetings I know I assisted and participated in with our new middle school administrators is what are they going to do to get to know every student in every classroom? In August, when we had all of our administrators together, our goal was to model what we wanted principals to do with their first staff meetings, and then we wanted teachers then to see from their principals modeling of activities to go back and use in their first weeks of school. We purposefully did an activity that was getting to know somebody beyond this is my name, but a much richer discussion about that. We modeled that activity at the administrative planning days, and to my knowledge, at the building levels, they were also modeled.
Thank you. My other questions, I guess, would be directed for district leadership. When we extract this information and we know that teachers are exhausted from start and stop, and we've been hearing that for many years because we'll start a new initiative and then pull back. So knowing that, what are we doing specifically about the new curriculum? Because I know board members, we keep hearing that we've brought in new curriculum, but teachers haven't had time to be trained. So now they're juggling multiple curriculums and they're feeling more overwhelmed in the classrooms now than previously. So if we know that teacher exhaustion is a factor, and you can get back to us on this, but how will that be addressed in light of bringing on a new curriculum?
That was part of my next
Okay.
component was to address that.
Okay. And then we talked about low test scores as a result of a lack of transportation and busing. So, and we know that there is a bus driver shortage. And I do want to say thank you to all of our transportation workers, because I know that our office staff has been out there and they are also beat down. But what are we doing in our district, knowing that there's a shortage, knowing that in the first 2 weeks of school, so we got 8.5 days. There were students who in 8.5 days missed 2 days of instruction that soon. So what are we doing as a backup to make sure that when we do have bus drivers call off, that our students are getting to school? And then my last thing is, as we talk about the quality of instruction and the quality of teachers and attracting and retaining teachers, high-quality instructors. Where is our sense of urgency in our job postings? I know we focused heavily on Meta, and that's wonderful because we had to get that up and running. But what about the other positions? What are we doing to fill those so that we have certified teachers in every single classroom? And then to retain, we have to offer more than the average salary. And so our teacher's contract is going to expire this school year. And I'm still asking, what is the cost of the current contract? Because we have to protect that and sustain that and enter into negotiations. So thank you for that. But I guess my question is as we get this information, what are we doing with it? What are we doing differently and better as a result of knowing this in practical application?
Well, I believe this is the first time I've shared it with the board.
Yes, that's,
I suspect that we can have, with all people involved, I would imagine that all hands on deck can say, how could we turn this into action?
And I appreciate it's the first time we've heard it, but so we're not going to make these decisions, right? So my question is, since this has been relayed, like what are we doing differently since over the summer to make this a better school year as a result of all the work you did and information you provided?
I'm trying to think how to respond. Every priority that I mentioned and every theme, the recommendations that I provided, I believe that you will see 2 or 3 underneath each one of those that has been shared and I believe is starting to be implemented. That could be a follow-up discussion or report, but for the sake of being able to digest the information, I wanted to give you that.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I think Trustee Terrell.
First of all, I want to say that I really did change my thought of what your purpose was through the board retreats and listening to what you wanted to implement and digging into what the true nature would be for our community and for our district. And I guess some of my questions are directly related to some of the same questions that Mrs. Powell's asked, and that is, you know, we do have dedicated staff, and with your mentioning that they are tired, one of the things that I found hope in with the initial presentation that we had at the board retreat is that professional development would be allowed for the staff. And through talking with individuals and moving forward, how do you anticipate providing the development that's needed so that so that teachers don't feel overwhelmed? Also, does your work identify the reason that teachers feel overwhelmed? And I know you said that we are going to have to provide higher salaries. I guess my concern is for the teachers that are here now, and then building on that. And is there a strategic way to do that so that our teachers feel valued and supported in the work that they do, and then being able to have the time to actually grasp whatever curriculum is going to be rolled out?
If I may just talk about the professional development, it may address some of the questions that you have.
Before you move forward, how many parts were you presenting to us tonight?
You had asked me to do 3, but I'll merge the next 2.
Okay.
How's that?
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You will all know that my first work assignment was to work with K-5 teachers and address English language arts and mathematics. I shared at the board retreat the procedures that I used. Every single grade level met with me for a full day with the exception of 5th grade. Every teacher individually mapped out a day in the life of that teacher in the classroom and their whole week. They all then shared for one another what they were doing. I laid all those sheets up. They were big sticky pads. I laid all those up and analyzed with them. Do you see commonalities? Do you see gaps? Do you see problems? And from those days, it was very, very clear. We needed a new language arts program that included writing and reading together. The writing program was missing out of the present program they were using. They needed a cooperative venture between writing and reading being taught, I don't want to say simultaneously, but there's a mutual connection between writing and reading. No two teachers were doing exactly the same from one building to the next. They could see that. And many of them said that before we even began. We need a unified, consistent curriculum. But that process was really important because then I was able to look at the number of minutes that were spent in phonics instruction, the number of minutes that were spent for kids reading real books and applying the skills that they were learning, etc. Much of the curriculum that the district had adopted has been free materials available on the web. That contributed to decision making about the purchase that was done prior to my work. The mathematics program that was being used was Eureka Mathematics. It started as a free program online. Teachers were downloading materials online, supplementing with what they thought was best. And I'm not criticizing any teacher for doing that. They didn't have the materials. They did the best that they could. A positive that came out, and it was clear that one of the most unified things across the elementary curriculum was that they had a consultant who worked with them for, I believe, at least a year. Shannon was her name, to develop a commonality for every single grade level in mathematics content based on the standards in the core curriculum. So they had binders and they had supplemental activities, and the teachers agreed with me that we needed a comprehensive mathematics program that addressed all strands of mathematics. And so I followed up. I brought in multiple resources that passed the muster of really high quality based on solid research. So I knew we couldn't lose no matter what program they selected because they were the best of the best. That was done in language arts. It was done in mathematics. Those materials were moved from every building. Hundreds of things. Thank you, Bill. And every teacher had at least 4 opportunities to come to any building they wanted to for those sessions. They were paid after school to come. I also put things online for them. If they couldn't come, they could see online. Everybody had an opportunity with a rating system that I brought tonight that you could see they were all using the same rating system, etc. Okay, we had consensus about both our language arts programs for adoption and our math programs, which was really quite a feat. And everybody had a hand in it. So I promised that they would never be asked to implement, as long as I had my hand in things, without having ongoing support through professional development. The materials were ordered the minute we had approval for them, and that we said we need them shipped ASAP. Trainers with the language arts program said, it really, if you give everybody a full-fledged training in June, their experience is what they told me, is that by the time teachers come back in August, they need a refresher. They said all of our teacher resources are online. We recommend the first training that was done in June before teachers left for the school year. Every elementary teacher was included, and I believe we did that either on a teacher. Sarah, will you help me out with that? It was a teacher work. It was a time when they had to be here. Yes, was it in her duties? Yes. Already scheduled. We worked it so they had an introduction to all teacher resources and an overview so that they could feel comfortable leaving for the summer. They then came back, and in August, kindergarten through 2nd grade teachers had a specific training. 3rd through 5th grade teachers had another training. And I did pass out for the whole year, starting in June, there's the plan for professional development. Because we have so many substitute teachers in the district, we can't get substitute teachers when we have an absence. So we scheduled the professional development to occur on Wednesday early releases as much as possible to avoid disrupting the classroom instruction. And so you'll see most of those dates are Wednesdays, and the full days that we have for professional development, they're already blocked in. The training chunks things so that teachers received exactly what they needed at the beginning of the year for the first 3 weeks of school. There was a training, I believe, on the 14th of September. That was the next chunk of what was needed. I met with 3rd through 5th grade teachers, and I brought in another consultant because the California team was not scheduled to work with our 3rd through 5th grade teachers. Based on feedback I received, I felt that they needed an expert there. The trainer I brought in is a literacy expert. I felt like they deserved that. I bounced back and forth between those two. But the plan for professional development is inherently built on teachers providing input. So grade level leaders, I ask them for input all the time. I know Dr. Bloodsaw is set up to do the exact same thing. But there's nothing here that teacher leaders haven't guided the decisions about. Tomorrow, for example, there is, at 2 o'clock, all of our principals and our literacy interventionists and coaches have been invited to join the trainers to think about what is our next step for meeting the needs of those kids who are identified as needing interventions, severe interventions. So this is a fluid plan, but you could see that it is developed for the whole year.
So our principals are meeting tomorrow to determine additional needs for students, or
In 2 to 3 weeks, the literacy program for K2 has a universal screener in it. We'll administer that screener, we'll examine the data by building, and we'll then develop our intervention plan based on what that data tells us. In the past, we were pulling kids within the first or second week of school. Kids that were needing to build relationships in the classroom. One of the beauties of this literacy program, it's called the Collaborative Classroom for a reason. It builds collaboration, working with one another, and I had several pictures that were sent to me today of classroom activities showing kids reading, buddying up, and applying the skills they were learning. So we don't know what kind of intervention plan we're going to institute. There's lots of examples. If every classroom shows a deficit in the abilities based on the test scores, we may do, every classroom teacher does an intervention, and kids rotate among a grade level to determine what is needed. There's another plan that's called SWARM, where every adult in the building learns the intervention program, and every day for 30 minutes, everybody's doing that intervention by that grade level. So I can't tell you what the intervention plan is because we haven't collected the data yet. But teachers, one of the things I said I would do is create an instructional norm of what are our agreements for instruction. I was told this was the first, and they were given that, all elementary teachers were given that in August. A principal shared with me that this was the first time she could remember that everybody heard the same thing at the same time. Increasing the likelihood that people will adhere. They were general guidelines. But one of the big things was we're not pulling kids out for the first 2 weeks of school. They need to develop their friendships. They need to know the norms and the routines, and we don't want to label kids early on. I also want to remind people that today's only the 14th full day of instruction that we've had for our kids. So I'm pretty proud of what's happening. In the math program, math materials were ordered as well. But I had feedback that was given to me that people said teachers are going to be feeling too overwhelmed to implement 2 new programs. I didn't think our kids could wait, but I listened to what they said, and I said, well, I don't want to make that decision me alone. So in early August, I asked every grade level chair, every math coach that has been established for each building, and people who see themselves as the math expert in the building. I sent them to a 2-day training. We paid them. At the instant that training was over, I met with all of them and said, if you were going to lead the decision, what would you do for implementation? We paid them to give written feedback. I compiled that. I shared that with principals. I shared that with everybody. I then met on August 29th with all of those same people, grade level,
I'm listening, I'm sorry.
grade level leads, etc. And I said, what do you recommend? Some people said, we have so many new teachers in our building. Why would we want them to learn the old program when that's going to be new to them? I talked about the fact that you don't want to do a pilot program because what parent wants their kids to be in a pilot program? It was selected for a reason. We're either going to all do it or we're not going to do it. We'll wait till the fall. Some principals said, we want to go all in. Some veteran teachers that were at the table, highly respected, said, I just know that we're going to burn our teachers out. The language arts program is a heavy lift. It's changing a big model of how instruction is done. I listened to those teachers. Then we looked at, is there anything in the new math program that would be beneficial to start? And one of the reasons we chose Bridges Mathematics is because it aligns so well to the work of that Shannon consultant who developed the binders. It made sense to adopt that. And the program is just very highly regarded. So they said the number corner aspect of the Bridges Mathematics is powerful. And it's much like the number talks we've been doing every morning from our former program. I said, okay, well, we need everybody to have a training on how to do number corner. So that first week of August, where teachers were back, I did a guide for how to use the videos. Grade level chairs then met with their grade level teams and they watched the training video together. I have evidence all over that these number corners are amazing. It's a calendar on every wall in every elementary classroom, but it looks at patterns. It looks at very deep connections to figuring out equations based on the number line, based on so many things. I'd love to have in the future a presentation with teachers and kids showing the number corner. So I remember at one board retreat, our first one, I said, if you embark on big changes, it's difficult. If I go to my dentist office and they're implementing a new software program, my dental hygienist says, I haven't had the training, I don't know what I'm doing. This is no different. People who have been very confident in their teaching are now trying to do some new and different things. They're likely feeling, I was better before. but that goes with implementing some difficult things that were needed. So I believe that we're on a really good path instructionally. And the philosophy that I have tried to use and model is that we ask our teacher leaders to help guide the decision. I've told them, we're building leaders from within. And I'm very proud of the curricular decisions that have been made. And based on the photos that people shared with me today, our kids are engaged, they're smiling. The expenditures, I know, were a question. Every teacher has what they need. I didn't want people sharing. I wanted every teacher to have the resources they needed. While the collaborative classroom literacy program has an embedded screener model, it doesn't have a benchmark assessment that we give 3 times a year. Teachers in the district, many of them had old developmental reading assessment kits. Well, there's a new version of the developmental reading assessment. We call it the DRA. It's the DRA 3. Although initially, I believe I had shared with you that the Fountas and Pinnell leveled literacy benchmark assessment would be what we would be going with. After input with our teachers, they said, this is something we pretty much know. We just don't have updated kits, and we have to share them. So I recommended that everybody have a new developmental reading, the latest edition. That purchase order was prepared last week. Classroom libraries are critical because the students are being taught in small group settings with the skills that they need. They then are asked to apply that skill in a real book. I had purchased, based on the recommendation of the company, set 1 and set 2 to be shared by a grade level team in each building. After the second week of school, teachers said, we can't share. We need these. So I followed up with a purchase order, worked through the channels within here to say, I think this is a vital thing that everybody needs. Bridges materials, there was one school that had a back order because of supply chain issues. It was out of my hands. I couldn't do anything about it. Teachers rose to the occasion to share materials and to help establish number corners even without the real number charts that were there. I'm really proud of the work of the teachers. And I'm excited about the work that's been done. And I've been grateful for the opportunity. I would like to continue the work, but are there any other questions?
Yes, you spoke of materials being on back order. Are they still on back order?
I can't answer that right now. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes,
I
Madam
felt like
Secretary.
it was a short-term thing, but.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Yes, so I know when we purchased the K-5 literacy and the K-5 math curriculum, one was approximately $300,000 and the other just slightly over $252,000. At that time, you said we were expecting a refund of the former CKLA program, and that would be forthcoming in the amount of $262,000. Did we get that?
You'd have to ask the accounting
Okay,
department.
so you haven't
Yeah.
heard, okay. We'll do that, Director of Finance Committee.
Right.
Is there anyone else?
I
Ms.
have a
Savage?
question.
Okay.
So I see that the new contract is running through the end of June, correct? What is your, is the training going to be complete? Are the teachers going to have their PD? Is the curriculum going to be, are the teachers going to have everything completed by June? so that it can be handed off to the curriculum director and everybody's on board, and
I believe I foresee at the end of this year that professional development will continue for the next 2 to 3 years. I believe that this year of instilling the beginning, that I think your systems and structures will be in place where it won't be such a heavy lift.
okay, and so the PD can then be conducted through our curriculum director?
I'm assuming yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think the relationship with the consultants and the trainers will also be there. And I know the plan is to help our grade level leads or teachers who emerge as like I'm really into this, that we can have them be the leaders
Right.
moving forward as coaches, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other board member who have a question? Mr.
Yeah.
Bergeron.
I'm sorry, I'm not too up on this, but what are we looking with as far as expenses with this particular program? And I'm gonna tell you why I have a big concern about all of this stuff we're putting together. You know, you voted last week on bringing the boxing thing in when I wasn't at the meeting. I still haven't seen a financial from these people. I have not seen a financial statement from and we have all these interim people working within this district, nobody full-time. We need a leader, no offense, but we need a leader in here, in this school district to lead us, okay? Not putting piecemeal in this together and piecemeal in that together. You know, look at what we have with the, all the kids that showed up tonight. This really concerns me. You guys are not superintendents. You're just regular people being on a board to give direction for your community. That's what I'm here for, and then, you know, we're making decisions about, you know, who we're hiring and that. You know, we haven't even, you know, met to interview a superintendent. I see that we have it on the agenda for Wednesday, but that's been a month. It should have been 2 months ago. I'm hearing through the community, nothing against Dr. Weatherspoon, because I don't blame him. But, you know, they're having a fit about him making $300 grand a year, $900 every 2 weeks for expenses. Oh my God, but yet we got rid of Ben because we were broke. He was wasting money. I don't understand that. I honestly don't understand that. You know, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't run for re-election, because I can't take this micromanagement of people that don't know what the hell they're doing and to a educational staff that have children that need leadership. They need education. You guys can't do it, but you're trying to. You're putting this together, that together. You know, the meta program, what, 1.6 million. The boxing one, $500,000. I don't know what this is costing, but we need some leadership in here to take us down that path. You guys can't do it. I'm sorry, but you know, you're nice people and everything, but you can't do it. You don't have the educational background. You know, and I don't care how long you've been working here or whatever, but you should not be making those decisions. We should be having interviews with people to come in and be our superintendent, okay? And let that person lead us. You know, so anyway, and I'm not doing it for that, because I could give a hoot about that. But the bottom line is, you guys aren't doing your job. This community is screwed up because of what you guys did to Ben. Okay? Flat out, it's screwed up. People are quitting. I looked on this sheet right here. 14 people quit and 5 people are being hired. I mean, really? What's going to happen to your district? I guess you guys don't care. That's all I can say. So anyway, nothing against you.
I hear what you're saying. I just know that the work that has been done at the elementary level involved your teachers in making the decisions. So I feel like, I believe that you've made a really good decision about staying this course, no matter who ends up in that seat. I believe you're...
But that should be that person's responsibility. We're paying somebody $150,000, $200,000 to run our school district. They should be the ones calling, because when it comes to their contract and it comes to that, they're responsible. And if you mess up and he brings you in or she brings you in, then they're accountable for it. Do we know what you're about and what your program's about?
I actually have provided a ton of background, and I'd love to sit and show you, sir.
No, well, no,
But
I'm out of here in a month, okay? But I'm just telling you from my standpoint, and I've been in this community my whole life. I graduated from this high school, and I see this community falling apart because of the school board making rash decisions without thinking about it. Okay, because they don't feel, oh, somebody hurt my feelings, so I don't want them in here anymore. That's ridiculous. We're here for these kids. Anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any other board member who have any questions for Ms. Krantz? If not, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The next item on the agenda is consent agenda. Matters listed under the consent agenda are considered routine in nature by the Board of Education and will be acted upon by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items. If any member of the board or any citizen requests decisions of any item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will become the first item of business under the report of the superintendent portion of the agenda. A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Education, July 25th, 2022, closed session, September the 12th, 2022, regular meeting, and September the 12th, 2022, closed session. And B, approval of the bills for payment as submitted by accountant Sarah Khan in the amount of $1,648,038.14, and the approval of personnel actions as submitted by Human Resources Director Dan Scott. Retired, we have Susan Thied, paraprofessional at Barth, effective 10/1/22. Formal acknowledgement will be given to Susan Thied at another board meeting. Employment, we have Carrie Hearn, teacher at Wick Elementary, effective 9/15/22. Carolyn Madanaro, teacher at Wick, effective 9/19/12. And Angela Streef, occupational therapist at Romulus Community Schools, effective 10/10/22. Resigning, we have Morgan Barr, social worker, Romulus High School, effective 8/24. Michael Benz Kaskari, teacher at Romulus Middle School, effective 8/22. Herbert Buckley, IT technology specialist, at Romulus Community Schools, effective 8/14. Nadia Farr, teacher at Barth Elementary, effective 8/26. Curtissa Ferguson, teacher at Barth, effective 8/30. Hamayat Meta, 8/24, graphic media instructor, effective 9/16. Crystal Kennedy, teacher at Hell Creek Elementary, effective 9/23. Stephanie O'Laughlin, teacher at Wick, effective 8/26. Amanda Powers, counselor, Romulus High School, effective 9/29. Jennifer Rodriguez, secretary, Hell Creek, effective 9/15. Amanda Shattuck, teacher of Hell Creek, effective 8/23. And Erica Smith, secretary at Barth, effective 8/31. So move that the Board of Education approve the consent agenda as presented.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that the Board of Education approve the consent agenda as amended, to remove for discussion the closed session minutes of July 25th, the regular meeting minutes for 9/12, and the approval of bills for payment, and then also the that is it.
Motion made by Secretary Powles. Is there a second? Is there support? Support by
So,
Vice President.
Madam President, there's no
Yes.
discussion on this? I want to see a financial report. I want to see a financial report for them paying out $1.6 million. I want to see something in writing.
We've removed the bills for payment, so we'll discuss it.
Okay,
Right, that's why we removed it.
sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Sorry, who
That's
supported
okay.
that?
So it was Vice President Wester. Madam Secretary, roll call vote.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Right. So the next item is the report of the interim superintendent. So the items, the first item is the information that was pulled from the consent
Yes.
agenda.
So, the first item is the closed session meeting minutes. I know that these have not been approved because there was confusion by all board members as to what we had approved because there was an umbrella motion that night. This, I just sat down and I was looking at this while organizing my board packet, and there is at least one motion that is in here that we did not approve. It is in our packet. It is the second motion. It reads resolution. I'm not gonna read it, but I don't think that's numbered, but it's, 1, 2, 3, on page 4, not counting the cover sheet. That action never took place. And because we just got these to look through them when I sat down, if we could, if we're going to go into closed session or recess, I would ask that we have time to review this for accuracy before we adopt it.
So we're not going into closed session. We're no longer going into closed session, and we are, unless the board wants a recess. So we can do this. We can take this and bring it back at
Whatever
at
the
the
board
next meeting.
pleases,
If
as
the
long as the
pleases,
board
we could
members
take
have
all the-
time to read
Yeah,
through this
we could
before
take
we
all of
approve it.
what Secretary Powers is recommending, and we can bring it back at another board meeting.
Thank you.
Okay?
The second item is the regular meeting minutes, and I had, let me see. I had sent in an email when I submitted the information for the minutes. There was an action, I can't find it, but there was an action that we took at the last meeting for DBG. And the terms of the contract stated that if at any point the district did not have funding or there was a change in law, then the contract could be terminated. And I raised the concern that a lack of funding means we no longer exist. But there were board members who interpreted that as, well, if it's not approved in the annual budget, then that would mean a lack of funding. So I had stipulated, since that the motion isn't clear on that, I had requested and submitted for all of your review that oftentimes when there's an amended motion, underneath there will be notes stating what it is that was discussed, and specifically because the motion was amended to have that language in the contract rewritten. The motion just simply reads that we've directed the superintendent to engage in talks. So I feel like it's very important, because year 3 is a blank check. I feel it's very important that those notes be included in our formal minutes.
Okay, Ms. Evans.
So when we talked about the amended motion, I don't have it in front of me. It stated that it would be, that there would be additional terminology, that it would state that it would be, that the contract was under 2-year, and the funding, and it had to be part of, it would be approved through the budget, which would be presented to us. And the budget approves everything in line item by line item, and it would be presented as part of the budget next year. Nothing specific about anything other than the budget was supposed to be encompassed in the budget.
Right, so that is what we agreed to, but the motion that is in our minutes did not include that language. It simply says, approve the MOU with Downtown Boxing Gym with a term date of September 12th, 2022 through July 31st, 2025, with an initial startup grant cost in the amount of $500,000. Also, there will be language changes included, conducted through communication of Dr. Weatherspoon, the attorneys, and DBG. So that motion passed, but that's why it's important that we have notes that, for purposes of history and getting the contract language rewritten, that there are notes stating exactly what those language changes were to be. What was the intent of the board that day?
Ms. Paula, can I ask you, do you have the amended motion?
It's enough. That's it.
No, I mean the actual motion.
Yeah, that's what she
Okay,
just read.
that is, that, okay. I will find my my amended motion where I hand wrote the dialogue on it.
That's what was read.
And
This, because I looked back
This-
at it, this is what was actually read. I know we intended to put the word in, so, but if we look back at past minutes, because this language, and I did check, because I know we had the discussion, but this is what was read. So that is the motion, that there will be language changes included, conducted through the communication of
all
Dr.
right,
Weatherspoon.
I will pull my notes and we will get this terminology correct.
So has there been new language added? Has that happened? Because if we have that contract, we can let this go.
We haven't.
The handnote that trustee Evans references was handed to the attorneys for both sides, and they agreed to the language. And basically, to your point, the language is if there's no funding available, the
Right.
board has the right to decide to terminate the contract. And that I think that gets to the heart of what you've been asking.
Yes.
Is no funding, or if you change your priorities with regard to funding, you have the
Yes,
right
sir.
to do that.
That's the key, if we change our priorities. So if we add that into the language, then that is good.
It's
No,
in-
no, that's not. If you look back at the DBG contract, it states, if at any point the district does not have funding or there is a change in law, it does not have the condition of if the Board of Education through the budget prioritizes staffing teachers. It specifically only says if we don't have funding. So that's different than prioritizing. And that's what this board had talked about.
I will pull the agenda from my notes from
Thank you.
last meeting, and we can present it at the
We
next
got the next
meeting.
board meeting.
So I'd
We'll bring
request
that
that
back
we-
as well.
I just
Okay.
have a quick question.
Yes,
If,
Vice President.
when trustee Evans was talking, I wasn't here last week, and from what you were going from memory, you said it was a 2-year contract? Or were we sticking with a 3-year that didn't have a dollar
It's a 3-year
amount?
contract, but there is no dollar figure associated to the cost of the 3-year because of the financial abilities to get private donations and grants on the part of DBG. They will be working on getting that funding themselves. So we don't know what the 3rd year is actually going to cost, but it should be less because they are getting grants and private donations.
So we expect it to be less than the 2nd year, is
Right.
what you're saying. So wouldn't it be fine to say 800, whatever the total is for that, and then if it comes in less, but, I mean, we're approving something without a dollar amount depending on their funding. If they get funding, we deduct that from that total, and then we know what we're working with. We're going, to me, it's going in with a blank check in the 3rd year, and then it just depends on, and they can come back and tell us they only got $50,000 worth of funding. Not to say
At that point, then the board has the right to say we can't afford that.
And that's why that language is important, that
That
we
language
include
is
budget
very
approval.
I will
important
pull
to
my,
put
I
in
will
there
pull
to
my,
make sure that it states
I will
that.
pull my document and I will
But
make
it
sure.
still needs to be a dollar
Yes.
figure from a numbers, it needs to be a
Right.
dollar figure.
Or,
there
or
for
at least that language, so thank you.
Thank you.
Um,
And the other item was in the
Yes.
bills?
The other, yes, the other item was the bills for payment. So, I'm sorry, I've got papers all over here. So my question about bills for payment, and I know that the board has brought this up previously, and other districts follow this pattern where They have the finance committee and individual board members who are on the committee can take turns rotating and sit and go through the check register and ask questions about expenditures prior to them being paid and prior to them being approved. And so my request is that we consider that, and that we also find out what our budget is. In our check register, we have, I can't find my papers, I apologize. We have bills for payment, and we have legal fees, and just this one, $10,000 for one attorney and $22,000 for another, and there's a lot of overlap. And so the reason why I pulled this is obviously we cannot vote to not pay for services already received. But going forward, can we be more fiscally responsible? Can we look at what did we budget for legal, what is actually being spent for legal, and is the board getting regular updates on what $15,000 to $20,000 a month in legal fees are going to?
We're already way over budget for legal.
I believe there's a report that Shelby gave to the Finance Committee where it had the breakdown.
For legal fees?
For legal fees.
The
We could bring,
budget, the
we had a
budget that was
budget.
presented, everybody has it.
Yes,
So
so-
it's presented line by
So,
line.
right, so what we used to have is, and what we still do with all of our firms except one, is when we are invoiced for legal services, there's an itemization. So it'll have the date, it'll say who contacted the person, how many hours were spent, and the cost. And that's the way the district's always operated. But we have the legal invoices from Delaport as of, I believe, June of this year. They're no longer itemized. It's just an invoice that'll state $18,000 for June legal services.
So you're requesting for a detailed.
Well, I'm wondering, one, who authorized that change, because that's never been the practice here, and that going forward, I'll defer to the Finance Committee to please have this conversation, come up, maybe combine with the Policy Committee, and let's figure out how we're going to do legal fees going forward. And then all expenditures, can we please have a review? We're getting our board packets, we're supposed to get them on Thursday night, we're getting our board packets Friday night, if we can get up here and pick it up. Otherwise, we're getting these board packets at the table. So it is very difficult, I'll speak for myself, it's very difficult for me in good conscience to sit here and vote on things that I have not had time to review. So if we could, the bills for payment, like Mr. Bergeron said, this is a big number tonight. So if we can back up and be able to review our check registers prior to bills being paid, and then approve it, and then pay it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Is that it? The next item.
But
on the-
Madam Chair, I will make
Yes.
a motion that the Board of Education approve the bills for payment, since those services have already been rendered and we need to pay our debts.
Is there support?
Support.
Motion made by Powers, support by Evans.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to do a show of hands. Bergeron?
No.
Terrell?
Yes.
Wester?
Yes, only because services already been rendered. Moving
Right,
forward, we need
they've already sent the
details.
checks anyway.
Kennard?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Piles, yes, motion carries.
Can I make a statement about finance? It was recommended at one time that prior to the checks being mailed out, they should be mailed out after we approve this. Right now, they're being sent out as they're printed. So I would like to present to, at our next Finance Committee meeting with, if Ms. Terrell is, that we present it to the Finance Director, that checks do not get sent out until they are approved by the board. In the
It's
past.
supposed to be.
Right. In the past, I do know that Ms. Bales had said when she was in the administrative assistant seat, that all checks, along with the backup supporting documents, were available for any board member to come in, or anyone really, to come and see anybody that had a question on this list. And she could pull it out and just provide you with a copy, or being able to see it.
Okay.
Hey, Cart, we keep hearing about the cart.
Right, right. So I think that would be a good practice for us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's not anything else under this action, the next item on the agenda is report of the interim superintendent.
In view of the hour, Madam President,
Yes.
I will defer tonight because there are several items that I need to bring to the board's attention that are going to require substantial discussion.
Turn your microphone on, please. Turn it on for me.
Gotta turn it on. Gotta turn it on. There you go.
It'll take a minute.
Yeah.
I think I'm live now.
There you are.
In view of the hour, Madam President, there are several items that I'd like to bring before the board that are going to require substantial amounts of discussion. So let's defer this to the next regular scheduled board meeting, please.
Okay, thank you. Then the next item on the agenda is report of,
I'm sorry, to be clear,
He's deferred.
are we moving it to Wednesday or
the
to 2 weeks?
next regular board meeting.
Um,
10:10.
If I may make a request, if
Yes.
This Let My Kids Learn, if Romulus Community Schools Board of Education could please vote to adopt that resolution so that we are taking a firm stance on this, since this is something that if we don't stand on, this could be damaging to public schools. And then my other question would be, there is an action item for Dr. Kranz on here. So if we postpone this from tonight and we move it 2 weeks, is she working in the interim, or are we just waiting to readdress this?
So when you're saying defer, Dr. Witherspoon, you're speaking of the FYIs A, B, C, and the action C and D, or just
With
the
the
FYI?
with regard to action C, that's a discretionary decision on the part of the board.
Okay. Then we will, the action item C is a resolution opposing Let My Kids Learn voucher initiative. So move the motion.
Move that the Board of Education adopt the resolution opposing Let My Kids Learn voucher initiatives. Rationale: recently, the Let My Kids Learn Coalition turned in a second petition of the two-part ballot proposal. The first petition would create student opportunity scholarships. The second would establish a tax credit for student opportunity scholarships. These signatures will have to be reviewed by the Secretary of State and then will go before the State Board of Canvassers for approval. If approved, the legislature will then have 40 days to consider the petition and could adopt it. If they do not act, it will be placed on the November 2024 ballot. However, we fully expect the legislature to act. The For My Kids, For Our Schools Coalition continues to inform the public and legislatures of the new negative impacts for both proposals and how they violate the Michigan Constitution by creating indirect state aid to non-public schools. Michigan Association of School Boards encourages passing the presented board resolution to send to your legislatures and House and Senate leadership, requesting that they vote no on this initiative if it comes from them, or comes before them.
Is there support?
Support.
Motion made by Evetts, support by Secretary Powell. Any discussion?
Madam President, this is something that we cannot afford to bypass. It really does mean the life of public school funding, and it is designed to be deceptive. It gives the impression that it's building when it's really taking away. And so I would just hope that not only will we adopt this resolution, but we'll share with our families and community members to also be supportive of this initiative to stop this. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone else? If not, we want to read the resolution.
Should,
Do we need to read the
No.
resolution?
no, Evans? Yes. Tiles, yes. Bergeron?
Yes.
Terrell?
Yes.
Wester?
Yes.
Kennard?
Yes,
Motion carries unanimously.
motion carries.
So, Madam Chair, are we doing the action on the motion for action D, since we had all that information presented tonight?
You're not deferring it?
I'm sorry.
Are you deferring it?
Yes.
He's deferring.
So then my question is, what happens between now and 2 weeks? The last contract that the Board of Education approved for KSK Consultancy was in the amount of $24,000 for the month of August. So my question is Dr. Krantz currently working in September? And if so, then we must take board action, or we need to know the amount. And again, because these contracts have not come to the board, and it's important that we're following these procedures and protocols.
Madam President and Secretary Powles, there is mass confusion as to what Dr. Krantz has done for the district and the different contracts she's performed. The question I think you're asking is she working currently without a contract? The answer is she's donating her time at this point.
We say donating time, but this contract says from September 15th to June.
The contract would be amended to the date that it's approved by the board. But at the moment, there is no contract, and I'm going to suggest to the board that the questions about training, et cetera, which if it's not already scheduled, in terms of the in-service training, et cetera, that she will not be a part of those discussions or training, and all things will cease as it relates to the curriculum because there is no contract.
So my concern is this, Dr. Weatherspoon, and Madam Chair, I will just point out that this is a board meeting where we take care of board business and board actions, and your words are respected and well received. But for me, well, it's not about the work, it's about what can we afford, what are we spending. Currently on curriculum, we have paid $182,750 to KSK Consultancy, and we've paid $119,750 for the curriculum component and $63,000 for the listening to learn. So to date, we have paid since February of 2022, the district has paid $182,750. The motion that is before us tonight is for 24 hours per week for the remainder of the school year at $125 an hour, which would add an additional $110,000 to $120,000 to the already $182,750 we've spent. I think that because this is in our board packet, if it please the board that we take action, and if there is something that changes, then it can come back to the board.
Madam President?
Yes.
Last year, this district ran with, I think, 30 vacancies and probably 7 administrators. Since that time, and also in February, you were down to less than $800,000 general fund. So you were in disarray in terms of your curriculum, etc. The case was made, and the board agreed with that at that time. So the result is you're stopping in midstream, and you will be forced to restart at another time. So if that is the decision of the board, we'll abide by that decision. You will not be able to afford the things that you're talking about as being too expensive now in the future, because your needs are going to increase, not decrease. The plan was to bring a cohesive curriculum to the district that matched the needs of our students and to train the staff along with that new curriculum. The plan has been put in place. It's going to be executed to the best of the district's ability without Dr. Krantz if the board goes in that direction. And if you choose some of the numbers that you're using as your guideposts, I think you're going to probably have to increase that at a later time. And you can just check and see what major companies charge for the kind of curriculum development that Dr. Krantz is providing the district, and they will leave after they do it. A one-time expenditure for curriculum work that we're receiving in this district will not get it. It has to be continuous.
So,
And secondly,
okay, I'm sorry.
you made mention about the fact that you've talked about opening negotiations. That's an item the board has to discuss at another time, and it's going to be an extensive discussion. But to make a comment to say that you can make, and that you've been advocating it, that's fine. That's an important issue. We are not competitive in terms of giving a teacher $10,000 to move from A to B. But we can't do that. We couldn't do it if you had a new contract. But there are limitations within the existing contractual arrangements so that you can't, that there needs to be a discussion about how to transition people from one pay step to another, or to look at compensation in a different way. That's a discussion the board has to have, and has to involve also the bargaining units. So, and what I'm hearing is kind of a discussion that is disguised as we don't want to see our curriculum be improved. We don't want to see people be accountable based on standards, et cetera. And we're going to do that under the name of fiscal constraints. So if that's the choice of the board, you will make that choice, and then I guarantee you will pay differently later. Our students don't perform, and there are multiple reasons why they don't perform well. If our teachers are leaving us, and pay is one of the issues, we have to adjust that. If we're getting teachers and administrators who are afraid to come here because of the fractured system, the issue is, do we come together? You've been given some data that says, here's a route to come together. If you choose not to do that, that is your choice. And oh, by the way, I didn't come here as an emergency manager. So I don't know where the rhetoric keeps going. Yes, I do have that as my background, and I know the dangerous signals of choices that are bad choices that are made by boards. And I want to say, with no disrespect, and not to disparage the city, the former school district of Inkster, but that demise of that district occurred from 1996 to 2003 with constant intervention from outside people. And they made some bad decisions, and you'll see the results. I'm not suggesting that you're heading that direction, because quite frankly, this district is a jewel and needs to be grown.
And so if I could just respond to that real quick, please. So Dr. Weatherspoon, I am not opposed to the delivery of high quality instruction in every classroom or accountability for it. I'm simply looking at, we recognize that we need to move the needle on our students' progress, and you recognize that right away. So at the end of last school year, the curriculum had been purchased, ELA and math, just for K-5, in the amount of $582,758. And this is after we had just purchased CKLA Amplify the year before. So we've got the curriculum, but curriculum is a tool. Now we've invested in this, we've invested in having a consultant and doing PD, and I've asked this question back in April to the current day, I've said, since we have made this investment in purchasing curriculum and hiring a consultant to work with our staff, how will our classrooms look different when we begin school? What expectations do we have? I know it's not a magic wand, but at this point, you stated everything will stop. So, I mean, we cannot have volunteers working. I believe that there's legal ramifications of that, because Ms. Claire actually was willing to volunteer her time at one point. We cannot allow volunteers to work. Legal told us that. So, as I said, we've paid 182,000, almost 183,000 in salary expense, in addition to 582,000 in curriculum for math and ELA for elementary only, and we're talking about another 120 at a cost of 885,508. This Board of Education needs to decide, is this an expenditure for this purpose, or is there a way to move the needle and support our teachers and hold everyone accountable and train the teachers a different way?
Can I make a statement? I just want, I want to make it clear that the budget implications are from Title I and Title II. So I guess what I would ask Shelby, if she were here, what title monies were budgeted? Was it budgeted for grants? Or, I'm sorry, was it budgeted toward the curriculum? And if it was, then this has already been part of the budget for the Title I and Title II programs that we are permitted to use government funding for. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands the Title I and Title II. Obviously, that is very stringent on what we can do with that funding, down to the penny. So if it was part of the curriculum, when it was budgeted for in January, or whenever we approved the budget, which was when, in March?
June.
June? It was, okay.
June 30th.
Okay, so I believe that it was in there as curriculum, so.
And also I concur with that, Trustee Evans, I believe that was incurred in there. But I think that there's two things here. I'm hearing that the interim superintendent is looking to defer this information, and because we need additional information from our financial person pertaining to the dollars, whether it's Title I and Title II. My question and concern would be third is what happens, the next meeting is that that's another 2 weeks in terms of moving forward with what we're trying to do for the students in terms of curriculum. What happens there? Just does it stand still, or what would be the ratification from that?
Can I answer before you answer? Because
Yes.
it'll probably be part of your answer. We hired a curriculum director. What is our curriculum director doing to make sure that the curriculum moves forward if we're going to have a curriculum consultant as well? To me, it's like we're double paying.
I brought that up several times.
And
No
again,
tem-
for my position was for tonight, there is a motion. And we've stated that the paid work will not continue, but we've also heard that volunteer work will. But this board has been told before that there's legalities to that, and we cannot do that.
Yes, Carrie, you want to take the?
I just wanted to say what I was told. I was contacted in May, asking with the grant. I was contacted by our grant coordinator in either May or June, who was told that in all likelihood my work would probably continue. He asked me what the rate of pay would be in the event that I was. I told him that. I was told, I don't know what, I was told that, and I do know that the curriculum purchases that you're talking about were paid for out of ESSER funds. I believe that my role was put into Title I and Title II as an instructional coach. You can't pay teacher salaries out of Title I or Title II unless they're a Title I teacher.
Right.
I just wanted to clarify that because that's what I was told.
Sure. And that is true. But we can use Title I funds to do academic supports before school and use Title I money to pay those salaries.
Well, I
and
think
move
that
the-
that is part of some of this. The book clubs are in here.
I'm just talking about moving the needle now, and since this is here,
So, Evans, I think you had another question.
No, I'm just saying that part of the extracurricular that Debbie was just saying is available through Title I. Okay, launching book clubs in grades 3 to 5 is part of it. I don't know what Learning Walk is. Is that something? Okay. Okay.
and is that scheduled?
It's in here, okay.
No, so, and my thing, so, sure.
Madam President, just
Can
one
I-
last
Y-
comment.
yes.
Madam President,
Yes,
the work will stop.
okay.
The work will stop, but it will have cost us $302,750 on top of a curriculum director salary of $145,000. And we're waiting for it to trickle down to impact our students. I get we've got to train our teachers, but these same dollars can go directly into, we're losing students because we advertise on our website that we offer latchkey, and we don't. And 2 weeks ago, I asked about that and was told, oh, well, we have to get daycare licensing. And that is true, if we have latchkey. But if we have before school homework help, academic support, tutoring, we don't need a daycare license, and we can use Title I dollars to pay staff who are working one-on-one with the students they're working with during the day anyway.
Madam President,
Yes,
so I've informed the board that you had approximately 45 students who are seniors who will not meet graduation requirements in this district. Since that time, I've learned that you have 46 students at the 11th grade who are not on track. I've also learned that you have 68 students at the sophomore level. So whatever plan you've had in place to track kids was never automated, and the kind of fragmented approach that the district has utilized is no fault of the staff, but by poor decision-making, some of which involve the Board of Education. So if you want a plan that's coherent, if you want to move forward where you pull things together and you know the basis on which you are beginning, so that there is a clean matriculation program from kindergarten through 12th grade, you're going to start all over again, is my point. And if that's your choice, go ahead and make it. And this is not a warning, but it is a decision that you're making to stop progress. And for the people who are uncomfortable with that, they have to make a career choice because you still are failing your kids. Look at the scores.
Ms. Carter, it has been asked for your input in terms of, you went through the training, you went through the coaching, and went through it. What is your opinion of what you have? Did you go through any of those?
Come to the mic.
Can you come to the mic?
So I may have a little bit different opinion because I'm not a traditional classroom teacher anymore.
Okay.
But the teachers felt that they were asked their input as far as the curriculum went and what curriculum we were going to choose. I know that teachers at the beginning of the year are very overwhelmed, and any curriculum they're going to be very overwhelmed doing. So it's been an overwhelming beginning of the year in general. So is that what you were asking about as far as PD? Yes, teachers have had professional development. It has started. We did it prior to returning, and like Dr. Krantz said, they are doing it on early release days. The training on the early release days, it is virtual training. So I don't know, I know that, the facilitator is in another state, so I don't know, training virtually is different, obviously, than doing it in person. So I guess we won't know until we get further down the line how that is going as far as the teachers taking that information and going into the classroom to instruct and utilize what they learned in the training.
Okay, thank you.
But we're in the very early stages
Okay.
of it.
All right, thank you very much.
So I have one comment about the agreement.
Okay.
I have in my hand all of Ms. Kranz's previous contracts. And there's one statement that's not in the current one, and I'm happy about that. And I don't mean to dog Dr. Weatherspoon, but in this contract, the previous contract, it says additional projects and work assigned by the interim superintendent above and beyond the terms of this contract. I would like to make it clear that if this proposal is approved, that she not be pulled off of this, that this is her focus for the district. It's my comment.
Okay, thank you. So,
I'm sorry. Could you make that statement again?
In the previous contracts, the contract terms, one of the sentences reads, additional projects and work assigned by the interim superintendent above and beyond the terms of this contract. So, and it says, and shall be billed separately. I would like to make sure that this contract is for curriculum, and that is the focus of this contract. That other things that are coming up need to be put to the wayside. Curriculum is our focus, and if it's curriculum that we vote on, that's what Ms. Krantz is hired to do.
Madam President,
yes.
There's two things that stand out for me is the source of funding. I was not clear on that. But also that comment. And I do believe if she's allowed to move forward with what she's already put together.
Correct.
This is not money that is coming out of our general funds. This is used to, because we need curriculum. We have to have curriculum. We have to have.
Our students need it.
Our students need it. And I can remember back, first coming onto the board, well, maybe a couple, I don't know, time is crazy, but COVID kind of displaced everything. But I can remember that wasn't even a plan. We have a plan.
Right.
And if she's successful, our students will benefit from it. And if she's allowed to do the curriculum and not stretched all over the place, I think that's part of the problem. Being, directed here, directed there, to move forward with this. That's
Well, and we brought on some additional programs that will feed into the curriculum. Okay, everything is starting to meld together. You bring in DBG, they're going to help the students with their education. Meta Labs, they're going to be working, and we're working on getting those accredited. So the education is starting to build, but without the basic, you're at a standstill. This is the basic of the education. Okay, and then the others can help administer, oversee, take the students under their wings. There's a lot happening, and when it all comes together, we should be one of the prime districts in the area when it all comes together.
Okay, so,
And do you feel that this curriculum is a strong foundation? So, from what I understand, Dr. Krantz is implementing this curriculum. She is the consultant that sought out the curriculum, understands the needs and the input and how, and to get the training set up. Dr. Bloodsaw is doing like Dr. Krantz said, she's been principal at Hale Creek. She's been doing a variety of things. And she's doing the basic of she's doing the day-to-day curriculum director position. This is an additional program that is being implemented. But I like the fact that you said, yes, this is a good foundation. We do need the curriculum.
and also let me add to it. At this phase, in terms of developing, the responsibility of a consultant is exactly what we're getting here, and that is looking at our practices and developing a curriculum so that moving forward, as she matriculates out of the system, the person who's hired for that position will be able to take the curriculum final product and should be able to work with it and continuously do what they need to do, as long as they're in the position. So right now, you got two things going on. You got a developing and trying to fix. We're not trying to patch it up. As I said earlier, we're trying to fix the curriculum so that moving forward, that we have a sound curriculum where who's ever in that position, okay, and right now it just happened to be Bloodsaw, or if there's anybody else beyond that, they can continue to go on, continue to keep up with the updates, continue to see that the training and instructional staff is being received that information. And even with the new superintendent coming in, okay, looking at what we have, that person will have something to focus and start on instead of having to look at what I got to fix this, I got to do this with it. But it's something there that this board and this whole Romulus community, because everybody has brought input into it, is that we are delivering, okay? And so the bottom line is that ever since I've been on this board, we've been talking about curriculum. And we've tried things. We tried several things. And so to no avail, this is something right now that we are with now, that we have an opportunity to have a consultant who went deeper, who dug deeper into the process, and they're bringing this forth to us. And so I just want to make sure that we understand that the difference between the consultant and the person who actually have to do the job. Once that consultant matriculates out, okay, then you have that person who is doing the job, who should be doing the job, because that's what we hired the person to do.
Madam President?
Yes, Vice President.
So it was stated that Dr. Bloodsaw is at Hale Creek being a principal or going here to fill in, so she can't be in that office to do her job that the consultant has started. We're talking about doing the PDs, it's virtual. If it's already scheduled, the teachers are logging in to do their PD. My question is what I'm hearing is we hired a high school principal, assistant principal, who for whatever reason, I don't know the whole story, has said he can't be here, so he's moved himself to the middle school. Why couldn't he go over to the elementary school to fill in as principal until we hired a principal for the elementary school, which would have allowed Dr. Bloodsaw to be in her position over here as curriculum director. Why aren't we posting and hiring for these teacher positions and secretaries that we need, than overworking our staff and our, resource room teachers and things of that nature? They can't go and service students because they gotta go answer the phones every morning and make sure that the building is running.
Dr. Witherspoon, can you?
The main question is, we have a curriculum director. Why are we gonna pay two people? No disrespect to Ms. Krantz. She's done an awesome job with bringing things to light and getting things moving. But we're double paying people again.
Yes, Dr. Witherspoon.
Thank you. Vice President, the district has been advertising and posting positions for several months. There have been delays in appointing people to positions who are working, and they're working behind the 8 ball because of the delays in hiring. So everything you see before you probably has been delayed by 2 months. Everything subsequent to tonight's decisions will be delayed even further as things are progressing. The situation with regard to the principal of Hill Creek, the board voted to invite the applicant, and that applicant chose not to come to the district. So the people who have changed their career path to come to us come with a conviction. And we were lucky to get several of those people on board, and they're making major contributions as I speak. One of the charges to each of those people was to look at the systems that have been in place and the practices that have been in place in this district for a long time. Each time you turn over a leaf, there's something there that you did not know before. It has turned into a quagmire in many instances. So in order to straighten those out, there are distractions. And those distractions sometimes require intervention, sometimes shock treatment, sometimes legal, and sometimes financial. That's where we are as far as this district is concerned.
Okay, so what it's,
Ms. Pete.
yeah, Pete, oh, okay.
I just have one point, and that goes back to the financial statement. Are you going to have the accountants at a meeting so that we can go over a financial statement, or are they going to give us a written one?
She just provided us an in-depth financial.
Because I want to see the cash flow, where it's coming out of, where it's paying.
She
Because
sent
I
it to
don't
us
know.
last week or for the previous meeting we had.
Pardon me?
She emailed us an in-depth, every piece of finance information we could possibly need before, and it came in the board packet or separate, under separate cover.
I
from-
didn't
Yeah,
get
it
it.
was,
It was an
I didn't
email.
get it.
I'll forward it to you
yeah,
tonight.
we'll get it to you, Pete. I think it was in your
Because
board packet.
I want to be able to look at that,
Yeah.
because, I don't question Dr. Witherspoon, but the bottom line is, I want to make sure that those funds are there so that it doesn't cost another program
Correct.
its dollars,
Right.
okay? And so we have to take care of
It was
all
even,
these.
it was even a breakdown of ESSER funds,
Yeah.
where every penny from ESSER funds is being spent. So it was an
And it
in-depth
does
email.
have account balances
Absolutely,
and,
yes.
okay.
So I'll forward that to you.
Well,
So-
surely
so-
would like to see that.
So although Pete, yeah.
To your point, trustee, one of the things that the district has yet to be able to provide because of historical problems is a cash flow projection. And the cash flow projection says 2 to 3 years out, if all things remain the same, this is what your budget would look like. And I've heard you ask that question before. We can't produce a cash flow projection for this district, okay? Mainly because of the exposure that the district has had on multiple fronts, okay? For example, the picture that the gentleman gave with regard to deterioration in terms of interior stuff, okay? Would those repairs qualify under sinking funds or not, et cetera? So the board, several, maybe last year, had a presentation about its priorities, and the bundles were presented to you, and you approved a series of expenditures, okay? We put a pause on that because we figured that the board would change its priorities because of different things that are happening that require attention. One of those things, for example, is we have to do a complete review of our progress toward building safety. Okay, so part of the sinking funds are eligible for school safety, which is a change from where you've been before. Okay, we are going to bring that to you when the report, the consultants come in and complete the report. So you will get that kind of information. And so with regard to personnel, we're juggling three things: vacancies, full-time substitutes, and then substitutes. The third thing that was mentioned in terms of Dr. Krantz's report is we're in the middle of the litigation with regard to transportation. We, along with several other districts across the country, can't find bus drivers, okay? But alternative transportation is something we cannot consider at this point in time because we're in litigation. And go ahead.
No, I understand that, but the bottom line is, I want to see those dollars in that, okay? So that when they say, well, okay, we have to go over here to get them, I want to make sure that we have them there and they're not promised, okay? Because there's, in the finance business, some people.
We're not bringing anything before you that we don't have funding for.
Okay, well, that's all I'm saying. I want to see that. Okay,
You were provided
and
that-
I understand there's flexibilities in that, but the bottom line is that if I'm watching that flow, I feel better about making decisions.
We'll make sure that what's already been provided to the board, you'll get the printout. It'll be substantial.
Okay.
We'll give you the printout.
Actually, I think it was, because it was in different colors.
Yeah, it was
It
the
might be
board.
different
was thick,
colors,
though.
yeah.
There
It's
were
not
green
reader friendly, it's not
columns
like a
and different things.
slideshow, you know?
Right.
But
So-
I guess my concern, Dr. Weatherspoon, and Dr. Krantz, like I said, I appreciate your passion, and I mean that. My concern is, to your point, Ms. Terrell, yes, if we're going to be successful, but my question is, how is that measured? Because if we get into a contract through the end of the year, the contracts we've had since February have not been completed. So we have a timeline here, but who's going to measure if they're completed?
I asked that question of the president earlier this week.
The
So-
contracts were completed, as it's been, you've received a report on that tonight. And if you, if you choose to have a study session, there will be more in-depth of information available to you to show you exactly how those funds were how the money that was paid to Dr. Krantz was expended, because she counts her time by hours.
Sure. So I don't mean that she billed for nothing. That's not what I mean. I mean the contracts that were presented to the board, that the board approved, with the timelines and the duties that would be accomplished, those were not fulfilled in more than one contract. So if we have this contract before us and we're looking at, and it's great to jump in and think, oh, let's pay this, and then we're going to have a big difference come June, who's going to monitor that? Because it hasn't been monitored previously.
It's been monitored and they have been completed.
Okay, but we know that's not true, so we're just going to say it
Well,
has been?
Okay, then we have a disagreement, Madam,
Okay.
Madam Secretary.
Well,
Okay.
I'm going to say that the contracts that I put forth, to my knowledge, everything that I said I was going to do, if you have the same contracts that I submitted, I can tell you that they have been completed. And I have asked to meet with the board twice to talk about what has been done in response to criticism that Mrs. Piles has brought up. It has been rejected. That is the truth. So please, in a public meeting, do not talk about work that hasn't been completed when I don't know what you're talking about. And
I
and
can
if there
send
was-
that to you.
If there was courtesy given to somebody that deserves it, I believe that you should have taken me up on my response to say, I have done this work. You have not given me an opportunity to A, hear what I haven't done, or to just to provide evidence that in fact I've done it. That's all I have to say.
So my
Okay.
emails on this date back to May, and Dr. Krantz, and I copied you in the email, and I said, my thing wasn't about you, my thing was, if the board approved contracts for these duties, we just need to get those done. I forwarded a copy of one contract to the board tonight, and Dr. Krantz, that was provided by a board member, and I'll forward that to
So-
you.
So,
Dr. Krantz,
So,
that's simply
okay,
not
ma-
true.
Madam
The
Secretary.
contracts speak for themselves.
Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary. All right, so the interim superintendent suggested that we defer the motion. And so it appears that from the majority of, if the board desire, are we ready to make the motion, or should we defer this until the next meeting?
Can I make a
We would
suggestion?
make-
Because of the statement that was made about contracts not being completed, it would be in a professional manner to support both the board and the consultant, that if there are items that we feel were not completed, at least give Ms. Krantz the opportunity, Dr. Krantz, I'm sorry, the opportunity to say, no, that's not true, this was done, okay? Because there are some things that have been stated at the table about the percentage of the curriculum that's been done, when it would be implemented, blah, blah, and so on. So if in fact, I think it would behoove us to give respect to the board and respect to Dr. Krantz, that we hold off until maybe Wednesday. But if anybody has questions about things that might not have been completed by Dr. Krantz, submit them to her and let her come back to us with either this was done, or this was changed to this date and now it's on this new schedule. Okay, those kind of things. But let's give equal respect for everyone involved and say, let's handle this professionally.
All right.
That would be my recommendation.
All right, any other recommendations? So, the board, seeing that the interim superintendent suggested that we defer this, we could defer this to Wednesday, where there any additional information is needed, particularly with the finance, particularly with all the issues that are allowed for the consultant and the board. We can pull this from the agenda today and bring it back on Wednesday.
Agreed.
So then a
So
motion
can
to
we
pull
need to make
this?
a motion?
A motion to pull this from the agenda tonight for action?
Yes.
And to suspend all paid and volunteer work until it returns to the board for approval.
On Wednesday, September 30th? No.
28th.
28th.
Is there support?
Support.
Motion made by Powell, support by Evetts. Madam Secretary, roll call vote.
Piles, yes. Evetts?
Yes.
Wester?
No.
Terrell?
Yes.
Bergeron?
Yes.
Kennard?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. The next item on the agenda is, is for the Romulus High School field trip, Dollars for Scholars campus visit, Toledo, Ohio. So the information is presented in your board packet, Madam. So move the recommended motion. Any board member could read the motion.
Move that the Board of Education approve the out-of-state field trip of RHS/Dollars for Scholars campus visit to the University of Toledo in Toledo, Ohio on September 28th, 2022. Rationale: trip requested by Thalia Swint, RHS teacher/department head, CTE department. Class RHS, Dollars for Scholars campus visit, destination U of T in Toledo, Ohio, date September 28th. See the attached field trip request and presented documentation for additional details. Thalia Swint has requested a certificate of liability. Once received, it will be forwarded to the board members. The budget implication, no cost to RCS, Dollars for Scholars to provide transportation and lunch.
Support.
Motion made by
Who is that?
Evans, support by Vice President Webster. Any discussion?
Is she here?
Webster? No,
She just left.
she just left. Is there any discussion?
I just want to see one thing. No, I'm good. I don't know what Dollars for Scholars are, but.
Are we good with our
This
insurance?
is something that that comes before the board in the last 3 years
Mike,
I've
do
been
you
on
know
the
what,
board.
can you explain the Dollars for Scholars to me?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes.
It's $40,000 that's been secured for 10 students. That's what this trip is for them to be exposed to higher education. Yes,
And so these 10 students are on target to receive those scholarships?
that's the intention, yes.
Okay. So that's why the 10 were selected then, or how they were selected?
And I would like to emphasize, there is no general fund money allocated. This is all paid
Okay.
for through the funds that Ms. Swint has secured.
All right, very good.
Thank you.
Thank
Anyone
you.
else? Madam Secretary, roll call vote.
Evetts,
Yes.
Wester,
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
Piles, yes, Bergeron,
Yes.
Kennard,
Yes,
motion carries.
motion carries unanimous.
Who supported that?
It was
Wester.
supported by Wester.
Thank you.
Report of the Director of Human Resources, Daniel Scott. Action for Principal of Hell Creek Elementary.
We can just read them.
Action B, hire community organizer and recruiter. And action C, hire Meta 24 instructors. So move the recommended motion. Need board member to move the motion.
Move that the Board of Education approve employment for Shannon Cummings as principal of Hale Creek at a salary of $100,611 with full benefits effective October 17th, 2022.
Support.
Motion by Secretary Powell, support by VP Wester. Any discussion?
Yes, I submitted a question regarding the contract. In our board packet, we received an employment contract. It's an individual contract with this employee's name on it. Since this is a RAZA position, RAZA employees do not have individual contracts. They sign the back page of the collective bargaining agreement, and our most recent collective bargaining agreement was passed May 24th, 2021, and there are two different pages that must be signed, one for new probationary administrators and one for those who have been here longer than a year. So I would just say that I would like to add to the motion, I'll amend it, but we should probably add to the motion, and we can work out the language, that it is per the RAZA contract, and that this employee is not signing an individual contract, but for consistency, signing the probationary employee contract that is provided with the collective bargaining agreement.
Any other? All right, Madam Secretary, roll call vote for the amended.
So I will amend the motion, move that the
Amend the
Board of
motion.
Education approve employment for Shannon Cummings as principal of Hale Creek at a salary of $100,611 as agreed upon in the RAZA contract with full benefits effective October 17th, 2022, and as a probationary employee for 1 year per contract.
Before we go to, Mr. Scott, did you have a question or anything, or you just?
I just wanted to make the statement that I understand Secretary Piles just said it was something that was done last May as far as approval of the contract, with this being something that people signed after that, correct?
No, so we approved the RAZA contract, the newest collective bargaining agreement that's posted on our website was approved by the board in May of 2021.
Exactly.
And, right, and so our administrators don't have individual contracts. There are
So-
2 pages at the back of that
So I have a
agreement.
question for you, due to the fact that 2 individuals that you hired in August of last year as administrators, that was the contract that they signed and had in their file, and that's the contract that I used based upon the fact that that was the latest administrators, those 2, that were hired by the district just this past fall in August.
Right, so, just backing up, we cannot say where those contracts came from. We've had this conversation with multiple hires that we don't know where these contracts are coming from. But anytime an employee is hired as part of a collective bargaining unit, that is the binding contract. There aren't individual.
Understood that that is probably the binding contract. I'm just saying that I was following what the contracts were that were the most recent within this past year that were signed since that bargaining unit. I'm not saying that there is not something else somewhere. I have not seen it in the contract for Raza, but that doesn't mean that it isn't somewhere in there,
Right,
okay?
so.
So if you want it changed to what you sent via email, then we will do so.
I think we have to, because that's what we approved as a board, that's the collective bargaining agreement.
And as I stated, we will
yeah.
do that.
And then, so, and there are two different forms. So I know that under the previous administration, the board decided that the first year would be a probationary contract, and then after that, I believe it's 2-year contracts. So, just to clarify that.
Okay, so did you complete your motion, the amended motion?
So it's
Okay, is there,
move that the Board of Education approve employment for Shannon Cummings as principal of Hale Creek at a salary of $100,611 as per the RAZA contract with full benefits effective October 17th, 2022 for a 1-year probationary term.
is there support on the amended motion?
Support.
Amended motion made by Secretary Powell and supported by VP Wester. Madam Secretary, roll call vote.
Bergeron,
Yes.
Terrell,
Yes.
Wester,
Yes.
Piles, yes, Evans,
Yes.
Kennard,
Yes,
motion carries.
motion carried, unanimous. Action B is hired community organizer and recruiter, so move the recommended motion. Any board member to read the motion.
Move that the Board of Education approve employment for Sydney Bland as a community organizer and recruiter for Romulus Community Schools at a salary of $75,000 with full benefits effective October 3rd, 2022. Rationale is personnel action, general fund, exhibits contract, and resume.
Support.
Motion made by Trustee Evans and supported by Secretary Powell. Any discussion?
Yes. What's the purpose of this particular position, community organizer and recruiter? I'm not following that.
Dr. Witherspoon or Director Dan?
The posting is there with the job description on it, but in addition, what it does do is basically it's to recruit students for the school district and to try to increase enrollment through marketing efforts, et cetera, as well as just enrolling students.
Really?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
The contract before us, Mr. Scott, states that the compensation, the employee will be paid an annual salary of $75,000. Additional students may be added at $400 per student to a maximum salary of $90,000 for the second count day and stay through the 10 days necessary to be counted. Could you explain the payment? It's $75 is the base, and then is there additional $400 every time a student is added, up to $90,000?
Yes, that would be correct, that there would be a $400 amount given to the, well, not given to them, but included in their salary. 75,000 is the base, that is correct.
Okay, so if we hire them and they don't bring in any students, then we pay $75,000, but for everyone over that comes in, they get $400 per student.
That would be
And
correct.
how will we know if that additional enrollment is attributable to the recruiter or the Beasley Media Group or
The stuff that
Brad,
Brad's already done.
right. How will that be measured?
It would be measured by making sure that the students that they go out and recruit, that they actually follow through all the way through to enrollment, that this person does that.
Okay, so the job posting, actually, I don't see it in the packet, but I did pull it up, and the job posting had something different for compensation.
And that is correct, it did. And the reason that it did is because these are incentives to try to get them to bring in additional students, due to the fact that the original posting was in the hopes that we would be able to hire somebody before school began, which talked about additional amounts of them bringing in students prior to the first count day, which they're not going to be able to do at this point due to the fact that the first count day is like within a week, a little over a week.
Correct, but couldn't we do some kind of prorate? Here's the thing is the base salary and the posting. The base salary of $75,000 mandated that this position bring in 20 students.
That was
So they
correct.
bring in 20 students and they get their 75,000, but there was an additional clause that the salary is reduced by $250 per student lost, and that doesn't exist in this new contract.
And that's because they don't have the opportunity to bring in those students before the first count day.
So should we maybe just do a salary of 75,000 for the first year?
I can tell you that the person will not come if that's the case.
I'm sorry?
I can tell you that the person will not come if that's the case.
Okay, so Dr. Weatherspoon, if you could just talk to us about, we're paying 75,000 plus 400 or extra money per student that enrolls. We're paying 72,000 for Beasley. We're paying for Brad. Meta is going to bring in students. DBG is going to bring in students. So how are we differentiating and measuring where our effectiveness is and where we're just throwing extra dollars?
Increase enrollment across the board attributed to certain sources for those new students.
So we're talking about hiring somebody for $75,000 and paying them $400 every time a new student enrolls, yet we don't do timely kindergarten roundup, we don't send out mailers, we don't advertise ourselves for free. This, and again,
We don't have the staff to teach our kids.
on top of the Beasley group, on top of, Brad, it's like we're doing all of these things, but how do we know where the effectiveness is? Do we need all of these expenditures?
The effectiveness can be measured in terms of increased number of students enrolled in the district as a result of count day.
Well,
That's
sure,
that's
we know they enrolled, but do we know the why? That's my question.
I'm sorry, do I have what?
We know, we can see if our enrollment increases, but do we know why it increased? Did it increase because we decided not to post the football coach's job, right? Did it increase because we have Meta? Did it increase because of the gas station pumps? So if we're not measuring the effectiveness of the individual efforts, we're just throwing more money in and saying, hey, it all worked. But could we have increased enrollment by sending out mailers, by doing kindergarten roundup, by increasing morale and, in our buildings?
Madam President.
Yes,
Yeah.
trustee Bergeron.
I'm definitely against this, and don't take it personal, but what we can do is go out and get a good football coach and have him build this program up, or a basketball program like Nate Oates did, here, and brought the enrollment up. Instead of going out and spending somebody that's gonna wine and dine the mayor of Romulus. I don't think so. And I'm just saying that I think that's a waste of money, in my opinion, so.
Well, and
Okay.
it's no one local either.
Pardon?
It's no one local.
Now, okay,
Oh, so they're
Are
not
you-
infused in the community, you mean?
when I
They're from
when I
Detroit,
looked at this,
DPS.
we used to have a marketing, what was that person?
Dawn?
It was Dawn. What was that position? Marketing, Well, anyway, she went out and she did all the marketing and she made sure that she put, you know, information out with the district and what have you. Now, when I looked at this position, that's what I visualized this person doing it.
That's what Brad is doing.
Okay.
That's what we got
That's
Brad
what we
for.
got Brad for.
That's what we got Brad for.
So,
And Brad at some point will leave.
be leaving.
And this individual will be able to be mentored by Brad, introducing this individual to the people that he has already contacted, that you have agreed for him to do, and she will continue to be here and work for the district. You are correct. She worked for Detroit Public Schools. She did the same position there, so she has experience in doing that.
What does she know about our community?
Well, probably nothing that any of the rest of us coming in here knew until we got here, and we learned very quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Are you
All
looking
right,
at me,
so-
Mr. Hanson?
This might be
All right,
something,
so-
given that we're gonna do a superintendent search, might be best left for the next superintendent to decide.
So, is there any other, for discussion? If not, Madam Secretary, roll call vote.
Evans,
Come back to me, please.
Piles, no. Wester,
No.
Bergeron,
No.
Terrell,
No.
Evans. Kennard,
Yes.
Bueller.
You know, it's sad that we need somebody.
We need somebody.
We need somebody, and it's sad that this is what it's coming down to. We already have
Miss Evans.
I can't abstain, can I?
Mm-mm. Not unless it's your family member.
Let me go through my history. No. I'm torn. I'm going to say no at this point.
Motion fails,
Motion fails.
5-1.
The next item is the hire
Or
of Meta,
1-5.
of Meta A24 instructors. So move the recommended motion. Any board member can read the motion.
Move that the Board of Education approve employment of the following Meta 24 instructors effective September 26th, 2022. Winter May, art and fashion design instructor, Lauren Graves, graphics design instructor, and Kenyatta Caldwell, fashion and graphic design.
Is there support?
Support.
Motion made by Secretary Powell and supported by Trustee Evans. Any discussion?
I have a question. The question I submitted, an email, when we hire these positions, there's different starting pay rates. So I'm just wondering how that hourly rate is calculated.
I provided these answers, I will say this, to all of the questions, so that hopefully they would have gotten to you before, but I will repeat what I put in the email, that Dr. Prince has advised us, based upon the degrees and his knowledge and expertise from hiring people in the past, as to what the hourly rate should be.
Okay, and then my other question is, we have a schedule in the board packet that shows the hourly rate. It shows what a teacher makes for annual salary based on 7-hour days, 183 days, work days, and the hourly rate. So it's showing what our teacher's gonna come in and make $46,548.98. But the meta year, it's showing that these instructors are working 8-hour days. So question number one is, where's that extra hour coming in? And then they're working, their contract is 260 days. So if we have a 183-day school year and another 20 to 25 for summer school, where are the extra 60 days coming in for the Meta Lab instructors?
The other 60 days is this is a year-round program. It's not a summer school and just 183 days out of the year. It's for the students to be able to come in and actually continue their work in the lab with the instructors all the way through the whole year.
So all year round, every lab will be running 8 hours a day.
That is the plan.
What about lunch? So they're working 8 straight
How are
hours?
they, yeah.
No, they get a lunch.
So we're not paying them for their lunch,
We're
correct?
not paying
Teachers
them-
don't get paid for their lunch?
My understanding is, well, teachers are on a salary. They do get, if you want to call it that, they get paid for their lunch, okay? I had to
Potato,
explain.
potato.
Well, exactly.
Well, I mean, what's the
But
difference between a 7 and 8 hour
All I'm
day?
trying to do is just get everyone to understand that teachers are on a salary, they're not on an hourly rate, okay? So, because I had a sub come in the other day wanting to know why it is that whenever there's a half-day vacation before Memorial Day on Friday, their thing was, teachers get paid for the full day, why don't we? And I explained to them, no, teachers get paid for coming in 183 days and they get a salary. And therefore, they don't get paid for Christmas break, although everybody thinks they do. They don't get paid for the spring break, although everyone thinks they do.
It's a pay
So
spread, I understand that.
All I'm trying to say is
But
let's
it
make
still
sure
turns
that,
into an
that when we
hourly rate.
say it, that it is accurate, okay?
So are they
That's
working
all.
an hour more every day than a teacher?
I'm sorry?
Are they working an hour longer every day than a teacher?
I believe that is exactly what they do as far as when they come in and when they leave.
Okay, and then, so every
And we're
single
n-
day through the summer, then we're gonna run 8 hour days of Meta. Do we know if we even have that demand or interest?
We will find out, I don't know.
This
Student
this
enrollment?
is a part of the budget, though, that you brought a,
I will say this, for the hours that they don't work, they don't get paid.
Okay.
Okay, if that's a concern. They turn in a timesheet.
Okay,
They
they
only
punch
get-
in, they punch out.
They only get paid
Okay.
the hours that they work.
Where are these located? Are these all at the high school?
No,
Okay, where are they?
they go into different labs that are being opened and finished, because they're not all open yet. For example, at Hale Creek, they're still setting up that lab.
Which one is theirs?
Which one is that one?
I could not tell you right here, I don't have the information for you.
Probably art and fashion or fashion
It's-
and graph, probably art and fashion. like
Question on the
elementary.
Is there, is, question on the motion?
Sorry.
There was a question on the motion.
Let's vote.
Call the question?
Call the
Yeah.
question.
Then we have to vote to call the
No,
question?
you can question on the motion,
All
you
right.
can call whatever you want, let's vote.
Question on the motion, is there support?
Piles, yes. Wester,
No,
Evans,
Yes.
Bergeron,
Yes,
Terrell,
yes.
Kennard,
Yes,
motion carries.
motion carries. Are there any board subcommittees?
I would like to report on property. We have submitted the agreement to sell Merriman at the offer, and we're just waiting for the legal documentation to come from our attorneys, their attorneys, and both sets of realtors. We have requested a deposit, and we have requested a D&B run on them so that we know that they are viable purchasers, that we're not going to get into any hodgepodge issues. Still working on Beverly. I believe we're in between the offer and the appraisal, but I'm still waiting to hear that, so good news there.
Thank you. I just want to add to that, thank you to Trustee Evans and Bergeron, who has been working very diligently with the superintendent and the real estate in making this happen. And so more information as she just presented to us will be coming forth. Is there any other report from any subcommittees?
I had a question
Yes.
for the Finance Committee, Ms. Terrell and Ms. Evans. I know that I had attended that meeting, and during public comment, I had asked about the student activities account and fundraising, if there's going to be communications from the finance department to building principals so that there's an understanding of what those monies are for and how they're funded. And then most specifically, I asked again about the band budget, where, and I know we've said, well, the band teacher is supposed to submit a budget every year, and there seems to be a disconnect and round, but, and I brought up in the finance committee meeting that our individual teachers don't submit budgets. So if we don't have a budget, but this district offers band, marching band, jazz band in the high school, and also offers band in the, I think, sixth grade band and another band in the middle school, where are those monies coming from? What is the line item? How much is put in there? What do we need to do so we can get past this coulda, woulda, shoulda, and pointing fingers and assigning blame, and get dollars designated for our band students? I mean, we want to increase enrollment, let's provide viable programs, right? So that was the question that I had for the finance committee, and was wondering if there's an update.
There is not, and until,
Do you want to answer that? Okay, all right.
at this point, audit is the primary responsibility, direction for Shelby, for the finance director, all of finance. After November 1st, when the audit is due and is presented to the auditors, at that point, she will be able to provide additional information, but right now, her focus is strictly on the audit.
So in the interim, are these teachers just going to building administrators for money?
That's the,
Okay.
that's the protocol. A teacher goes to the building administrator. The building administrator then goes to the to the
Finance.
finance
Mhm.
and superintendent, and then it comes before the board to adjust the budget.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So now that's been stated, so we should be able to.
It's been,
So-
and I've stated that numerous times.
So, and also let me add to that, there's a budget process prior to creating the budget that administrators with finance go through every year.
Right.
And when I spoke with Ms. Shelby, she told us the process and the steps, and that is every building administrator every year sit down with their administrators, their directors, and they develop a budget and they create that budget so that when the student activities, there's a student activities budget, and all of those types of categories fall into. So there is a process in place. Now, whether they're utilizing it or not, we need to make sure that they are utilizing that so that those types of areas are getting the fundings that they need.
And even this year, because Shelby was new, she sent around a budget expert to every building to discuss with the administrators what they needed for their buildings.
Okay.
So it was very detailed budget preparation this year.
Ms. Terrell, you want to add to that? Oh, okay, all right, thank you. And is there any other?
Yeah, I would, Vice President Wester and I had a brief conversation as members of the policy committee, because there have been some new things coming down from the state, from our legal. And so we had talked about setting up a policy committee meeting to kind of review where we are, what Miller-Johnson recommendations are for us currently. And when we get a time set up, we will send that out so that it can be posted and so that anybody who wishes to attend can attend that.
All right, thank you.
Madam
Yes.
President,
Trustee Bergeron.
I don't know how to say this, but I want this community to move forward, okay? I want us to, if we can, do the 5-day termination of Dr. Weatherspoon's contract and maybe put him on a day-to-day until we find a replacement. But we have to move this community into a leadership program that's going to be here for a good time. So, anyway, not personal, but I so move, Madam Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Burt, I'm sorry, just point of order. Are you making a motion? And can you state it, please?
Yes. To terminate the contract and put him on a 1-day contract if he would do it, until we find a replacement. But we got to start working on finding a replacement. Here we are 3-4 months later,
So Madam Chair, if I may, so we have to follow within the parameters of the contract, and we don't have a one-day. The district contract with Dr. Weatherspoon reads that he must be given at least 5 days' notice
That's
before.
what I said, a 5-day,
Okay.
but give him an option of, if he will, stay 1 day per day until we find a replacement.
Oh, and after the
Yes,
5 days?
yes,
Okay.
if he will do that. But I just don't see us doing anything until we make that move to, bring somebody in.
Okay.
So,
Moved by Bergeron.
Motion made by Bergeron, is there
Was it Board of Education get Dr.
support?
Support.
Motion by Bergeron, support by Vice President Wester. Any discussion? No discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call.
Bergeron,
yes,
Wester,
Yes.
Terrell. Evans. Piles, yes. Kennard.
No.
We have, I'd like to make a motion because we have talked about not getting our board packets in a timely manner and time to review them, be fully informed. There's been withholding of information. So therefore, I move that the Board of Education remove Judy Kennard as president.
support,
Motion made by Powell, support by Bergeron. Any discussion? Madam Secretary, roll call vote.
Piles, yes. Bergeron.
yes,
Terrell. Wester.
Yes.
Evans. Kennard.
No.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Is there communication from board members?
Were you saying
Not-
something, Mr. Bergeron? You were?
if, I'd like to make a motion that we, appoint Ursula as the president of the,
Right, so in the absence of the
She's already
president,
vice
the vice
president.
president
Okay.
assumes the duties of the chair. And that way, yeah, unless there's a board member who wants to make a motion that we elect a president tonight.
okay.
If not, adjournment. So move, motion to adjourn.
Support. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? That was Evans. Did you make the motion?
Judy make the motion.
This is not even my